Good evening. The files are open, and the lamp is already burning. Come in. The wind is different tonight, did you notice? It has the quality of distance in it, the quality of air that has crossed a great deal of empty space before it arrived at the window. And I think it is fitting, because the files I have set out on the desk tonight came from a great deal of empty space themselves. I am Alex, and this is the Dusk Files. And tonight, I am opening the folders that came from the farthest places, the edge of the map, the addresses that are not addresses, but coordinates. The places where the road ends, or where there was never a road, only water, or ice, or rock, or the particular quality of distance that exists when a person has gone so far from other people that the word far loses its meaning and becomes simply the description of where they are. These files did not come through the mail, most of them. They came through chains of strangers. A scientist on a polar resupply flight who agreed to carry an envelope. A ship captain who accepted a package at a port with no post office. A helicopter pilot who picked up a letter at a fuel stop in the Taiga. A parishioner who climbed a rope ladder to a monastery and came back down with a dictation in a language he did not speak. Each file arrived at the archive by its own unlikely route, navigating the distance between the place where it was written and the place where I sit. And the navigation itself is part of what the files contain. The evidence that a voice from the edge of the map can reach the center if the voice is persistent enough and the chain of carriers does not break. There are a few brief advertisements at the start of tonight's recording. After that, nothing will interrupt you until morning. If this archive has become a place that helps when sleep is difficult, I would be grateful for a subscription and the like. And tell me in the comments where in the world you are lying down tonight, because tonight, more than most nights, I am curious about the geography of the listening. I am opening the first file. Let's begin. The first file smells of cold. Not the cold of a winter morning in a northern city, which is a sharp, bright cold, the cold of frost on glass and breath in the air. This is a deeper cold, a cold that does not have seasons, the cold of a place where the temperature has not been above freezing in longer than anyone who lives there has been alive. The paper itself is cold to the touch, even now in the warm archive, as though it has held on to the temperature of the place it came from, the way a stone from a river holds the cold of the water long after it has been carried to the shore. The file came from Antarctica, from a Norwegian research station on the coast of Queen Maud Land, delivered by a supply pilot in a batch of personal mail that the station's crew had asked him to carry north at the end of the winter season. Among the letters home and the postcards and the packages for families was a single envelope addressed to the Dusk Files, with a note on the outside that said, "This is not urgent, but it is true, and true things should go to archives." The letter inside was written by a woman named Sonja Halverson, who was 41 years old and who had spent the winter of 2003 as the station librarian at the research base, a position that existed because the base had a library, and the library existed because 14 people spending a winter in polar darkness on a continent with no native population and no connection to the rest of the world for 6 months need something to do with the hours that are not filled with science. And reading is the thing that fills those hours best, and a library needs a librarian, someone to organize and maintain and care for the collection, and Sonja was that person. I will read you her letter now. I should explain first what a library is at the bottom of the world, because it is not what you are imagining, and the difference matters. The library at the station is a room, 8 meters by 5 approximately, though I never measured it precisely because measuring it would have felt like reducing it. And the room does not want to be reduced. The room wants to be entered and used and inhabited. And I have inhabited it more fully than any room I have ever been in, including the rooms of my childhood, which I remember with the specificity that childhood gives to spaces. Every corner and surface, and the particular way the light falls at different hours. The library has shelves on 3 walls, floor to ceiling, built by one of the carpenters on a previous winter crew, and designed with the intelligence of someone who understood that shelves in a polar station need to hold books against the vibration of generators and the occasional tremor of katabatic winds, and who therefore built them with a slight lip at the front of each shelf, a raised edge just high enough to prevent a book from sliding off, but not so high that you cannot pull a book out with one hand, which is important when you are wearing gloves, which you are, often, because the library, though heated, is not heated to the same degree as the living quarters, the heat being a resource that the station manages carefully, and the library receiving enough heat to keep the pipes from freezing and the paper from becoming brittle, but not so much that a person reading in it does not appreciate a fleece and a wool hat. The collection is approximately 2,000 volumes. This sounds small, and it is small, by the standards of any public library in any town in the world, but it is also infinite, in the way that any sufficiently well-chosen collection is infinite, because a well-chosen 2,000 books contains more reading than a person can do in a winter, especially when the reading is the slow, attentive reading that the polar dark produces. The reading you do when there is no hurry, when the next thing you need to do is not for hours, when the dark outside is complete and will remain complete for months, and the book in your hands is the most complex and interesting thing in your immediate environment. The books were accumulated over many winters by many crews. Each crew left something, added to the collection, and the result was a library that reflected not a single curatorial intelligence, but the accumulated taste of 30 years of scientists and engineers and cooks and carpenters and one librarian, which is me, who arrived in the autumn and found the collection in a state of cheerful disorder and set about organizing it. Because organizing is what librarians do. It is the verb of our profession, the way lighting is the verb of the lamplighter, and counting is the verb of the weatherman. I organized the collection in the first 2 weeks by the Dewey system, which is the system I was trained in, and which is sufficient for a collection of this size, simple enough to maintain and detailed enough to allow anyone to find what they are looking for. I labeled the shelves. I made a handwritten catalogue, because the station's computers were needed for science, and a handwritten catalogue, I have always believed, is superior to a digital one for a small collection, because a handwritten catalogue carries in its imperfections the evidence of the hand that made it, and the evidence of the hand is itself a form of companionship, the reader finding the book through the mediation of the person who catalogued it, the catalogue being a letter from the librarian to whoever comes next. This is the context. The library, organized, labeled, catalogued, each book in its place on its shelf, the Dewey numbers ascending from left to right, top to bottom, the system in order, the room in order. The order being my contribution to a station where most of the order is supplied by science, and most of the beauty is supplied by the ice, and most of the meaning is supplied by the particular quality of community that 14 people develop when they are the only 14 people on a continent. Now I will tell you what happened. On the 14th of May, which was 3 weeks into the polar night, I came into the library at 7 in the morning, which is the time I always came in, the time before the others were using the room, my private hour with the books before the day's reading traffic began. I came in and I turned on the lamp and I looked at the shelves, and the shelves were wrong. I want to be precise about the quality of the wrongness, because wrongness is a word that can mean many things, and the thing it means here is specific. The books were not on the floor. The books were not in disarray. The books were on the shelves, upright, properly placed, spines out, as neat as they had been when I left the library the previous evening. But they were not in the order I had put them in. They were in a different order. I stood in the doorway for a moment, the cold of the corridor behind me and the slightly less cold of the library in front of me. And I looked at the shelves, the way you look at a sentence in a language you almost speak. The shapes familiar, but the meaning shifted. The individual elements recognizable, but their arrangement saying something you did not expect. The books had been rearranged. Not randomly. I want to be very clear about this because it is the distinction on which the entire account rests. The books had been moved from their Dewey positions to new positions that were not Dewey, and were not alphabetical, and were not chronological, and were not any system I recognized, but that were unmistakably systematic. The books grouped by some principle I could not immediately identify, but that I could feel. The way you feel the grammar of a foreign language before you can parse it. The sense of structure preceding the understanding of what the structure is. I spent the first morning trying to identify the principle. I pulled books from the new groupings and looked at them side by side, looking for the common thread. A novel by Dostoevsky next to a field guide to Antarctic lichens, next to a collection of Norwegian folk tales, next to a textbook on fluid dynamics. In Dewey, these books have nothing in common. In alphabetical order, they have nothing in common. In the system that had arranged them overnight, they were grouped, and the grouping felt intentional, felt as though someone had looked at these 4 books and seen in them a quality that united them, a quality that was not genre or subject or language, but something else, something I could not name. I spent the second morning narrowing it down. I took the group of 4 and I read the first page of each, standing at the shelf, my hat on, my breath visible in the cold air of the library. Dostoevsky, a description of a winter evening in Petersburg, the light failing, the cold deepening. The Lichen Guide, a description of the colors lichens produce in low light conditions, the particular oranges and yellows that emerge when the light is nearly gone. The Folk Tales. The first tale began with a woman walking at dusk. The Fluid Dynamics textbook. The first chapter was about laminar flow, the smooth, undisturbed movement of fluid in low energy conditions. Dusk. Low light. The failing of the day. The quiet end of things. The books had been grouped by mood, not by subject, not by genre, not by any of the categories that library science uses to organize knowledge. By mood, by the emotional quality of their content, the particular feeling they produced in a reader. A feeling that was, in the case of this group, the feeling of dusk, of the light going, of the world quieting toward its darker half. I looked at the other groups, a cluster of books near the window, a memoir of a sailing voyage, a study of whale migration, a novel set on an island, a manual of celestial navigation, water, distance, the horizon, the feeling of being far from land and not minding. Another cluster, a children's book of fairy tales, a guide to wildflowers, a collection of love letters from the First World War, a cookbook specializing in bread, tenderness, comfort, the small, warm things that humans make for each other. The library had been reorganized by someone or something that read books the way people read books, for what they feel like rather than for what they are about, for the quality of the experience rather than the category of the content. And the reading was good. The groupings were good. They had the quality of a recommendation from a friend who knows your taste better than you know it yourself. The friend who says, "Read these together," and you do, and they are right. And the rightness is not something you could have arrived at on your own, because the connection between the books is not in the books. It is in the reading of them, in the particular order of encounter that produces a feeling that no single book contains, but that the sequence of books, read in this order, produces. I want to tell you about the polar dark, because Sonia mentions it as a condition, but does not describe it, and the dark is not merely the background of her account, but its medium, the thing in which the library's rearrangements took place, the thing that the books were describing when they described the aurora and the ice and the slowly returning light. The polar dark at a research station in Antarctica is not the dark of night. Night is a temporary condition, a few hours of absence that the day bookends and that the sleeper passes through on the way to morning. The polar dark is a season. It begins in May, when the sun drops below the horizon and does not return, and it continues for weeks, the sky cycling through its daily routine of lighter dark and darker dark, without ever producing the thing that the routine exists to produce, which is daylight.
The horizon at midday shows a glow, a band of color that runs from deep blue to pale green to a thin line of yellow at the very edge, the color of the sun that is below the horizon, but not far below. The color of almost. The color of a promise that is being kept, but that has not yet been fulfilled. Sonia lived in this dark for 3 months. 14 people, 2,000 books, the instruments on the ice, the generators humming beneath the floors, the aurora overhead when the clouds parted. The particular quality of community that forms when 14 people share a single lit building at the bottom of the world, and the nearest other lit building is 1,000 miles away. The community was good, she says, in a passage I've not read to you because it is personal, and because the personal belongs to the person. What I will say is that the community sustained itself through the dark, the way all isolated communities sustain themselves, through routine and shared meals, and the particular kindness that people extend to each other when the alternative to kindness is unthinkable. Because there is nowhere to go, no door to walk out of, no city to lose yourself in, only the station and the dark, and the people in the station and the dark. The library was the room where the community went to be alone without being lonely. This is Sonia's phrase, and I find it precise. The library was the room where you could sit in a chair and read a book and be in the company of other people who were also sitting in chairs and reading books. The companionship being not conversational but parallel. The comfort of proximity without the demand of interaction. The library was the room where the dark outside the window was least threatening, because the books on the shelves were a kind of light. The accumulated voices of 2,000 authors saying, from their pages, the thing that all books say to all readers. You are not alone. Someone has been here before you. Someone has thought this thought and felt this feeling and written it down, and the writing down is the proof that the feeling is survivable. The rearrangements happened in this room, in this dark, during the hours when the library was empty, the hours between the last reader leaving at night and the first reader, which was always Sonia, arriving in the morning. Whatever rearranged the books did so in the dark, in the room where the dark was least threatening, in the company of 2,000 voices. And the rearranging was itself a kind of reading, a kind of engagement with the books that was different from human reading, but that was recognizably reading nonetheless. The books being attended to, considered, moved to new positions that reflected a new understanding of their relationships to each other. I think about this often. Reading in the dark. Not human reading, which requires light. Another kind of reading, the kind that does not need light because the reading is not of the surface, not of the words on the page, but of the quality, the mood, the feeling that the words produce, which is a thing that does not live on the page but in the book, in the accumulated weight of the sentences and the paragraphs and the chapters, the thing that survives translation and survives summary and survives forgetting most of the specific content, the thing you carry from a book after you have forgotten everything else about it, which is how it made you feel. Whatever read the library in the dark read the books for how they feel, and the reading was good. The aurora that the library predicted deserves its own description, because the prediction is the climax of Sonia's account, and the aurora itself is the thing that confirmed the prediction, and that changed the nature of Sonia's understanding of what was happening in the library. An aurora australis, the southern counterpart of the aurora borealis, is a phenomenon produced by solar particles interacting with the Earth's magnetic field and producing light in the upper atmosphere. The light takes many forms: curtains, arcs, rays, bands. The particular form depending on the energy and the angle and the quality of the particles and the state of the magnetic field. Each aurora unique, each one a specific event produced by specific conditions. The way each thunderstorm is a specific event produced by specific conditions. No two identical. The aurora of the 13th of August was, by Sonia's description, a curtain aurora, green with the lower edge of violet. The green is the most common color, produced by oxygen at high altitude. The violet is less common, produced by nitrogen at lower altitude, and the combination of green curtain with violet lower edge is a specific morphology that occurs under specific conditions and that an experienced polar observer can distinguish from other auroral morphologies, the way a birdwatcher can distinguish one warbler from another by the pattern of the markings. The library had described this specific aurora on the morning of the 13th in the first sentences of the books on the top shelf, read in the order they had been arranged. The description was not general. It was not, "There will be an aurora tonight." It was, "Green curtain with violet lower edge, moving east to west, beginning at approximately 2200 hours." This is the description of a specific aurora, a particular event with particular characteristics. And the event occurred as described, and the occurrence was the confirmation. And the confirmation was the moment when Sonia stopped trying to explain and started trying to participate. I think about what it means for a library to predict an aurora. A library is a collection of books. The books were written by many people at many times in many places, and none of them were written for the purpose of predicting auroras. The first sentences of the books, extracted and arranged in a specific order, produced a description of a specific future event, the way a mosaic produces an image from individual tiles, each tile meaningless in isolation, the image emerging only from the arrangement. And the arrangement was not made by a human hand. Whatever arranged the books understood both the books and the aurora. It understood the first sentence of a Dostoevsky novel, and the first sentence of a lichen guide, and the first sentence of a textbook on fluid dynamics, understood them well enough to know that these particular sentences, placed in this particular order, would produce a description of a specific aurora that would occur 15 hours later. The understanding required is not human understanding. It is a different kind of understanding. The kind that holds 2,000 books simultaneously and knows what each one begins with, and knows how the beginnings can be combined, and knows, in addition, what the sky will look like tonight, and can match the one to the other with a precision that Sonia, a trained librarian with professional knowledge of the collection, could not have achieved. The aurora happened. Green with violet, east to west. 22:12. Sonia watched it from the window of the common room, and the watching was the reading of the sky that the library had written, and the sky and the library agreed, and the agreement was the thing that changed everything. Because the agreement meant the library was not merely rearranging itself for aesthetic reasons. The library was describing the world. The library was a text about the place it was in, and the text was accurate, and the accuracy extended into the future. I did not put the books back. This was a decision I made on the second morning, and that I have not regretted and do not intend to regret. The books were better where they were. The system that had arranged them was a better system than Dewey, for this particular library, in this particular place, because this particular library existed not for research, but for companionship. Not for finding specific information, but for finding the right book for the right mood on the right evening in the right week of the polar dark. And the mood system served that purpose more accurately
than any classification I had been trained to apply. I want to say something about the 2,000 books, because the books are the instrument, the medium through which whatever read the library expressed itself, and the instrument matters. 2,000 books accumulated over 30 years by 30 winter crews. This is not a curated collection.
This is an archaeological deposit, each layer representing the taste and the need of a different group of people, each group spending a winter at the bottom of the world and leaving behind the books they brought, the way geological layers leave behind the fossils of the period they represent. The collection contains everything: novels and field guides and textbooks and cookbooks and poetry and philosophy, and the particular category of book that people bring to Antarctica because they have always meant to read it and have never had the time. The ambitious books, the long books, the books that require the kind of attention that only the polar dark can provide. Sonia knew this collection. She had catalogued it. She had shelved it. She had handled every book in it at least twice. Once to catalogue it, and once to shelve it. And the handling had given her a knowledge of the collection that went past the catalogue. The way handling a tool gives you a knowledge of the tool that goes past the manual. She knew which books had been read many times, the spines soft and the pages loose, and which books had been read once or not at all, the spines stiff and the pages still smelling of the printer rather than of the reader. She knew which books were popular with the current crew and which sat untouched month after month, the popular ones migrating from shelf to common room to bunk and back, the untouched ones holding their positions with the patience of things that know their time will come. The mood system. I want to give it its full description because the mood system is the invention, the thing that whatever read the library in the dark created, and the invention is as remarkable as any invention in the history of libraries. Libraries have been organized by many systems over the centuries, by author, by title, by subject, by the Dewey Decimal Classification, by the Library of Congress system, by size, by date of acquisition, by language. Each system reflects a particular understanding of what books are and how they relate to each other, each system being a theory of knowledge expressed as a physical arrangement of objects on shelves. The mood system is different from all of these. The mood system organizes books not by what they are about, but by what they feel like. Not by their content, but by their quality. Not by the information they contain, but by the experience they produce in the reader. A textbook on fluid dynamics and a novel by Dostoevsky have nothing in common by any conventional library classification. By the mood system, they belong together, because both begin with a sentence that produces in the reader a particular quality of feeling, the feeling of things slowing down, the feeling of the world going quiet, the feeling of dusk. This is a system that no human librarian has ever implemented, not because no human librarian has ever thought of it, but because no human librarian could implement it. To organize 2,000 books by mood, you would need to read 2,000 books and to hold in your mind simultaneously the mood of each one, and to compare the moods, and to group the books whose moods are similar, and to sequence the groups so that moving from one group to the next produces a larger pattern, a meta-mood, a feeling that the shelf as a whole produces, the way a playlist produces a feeling that no single song contains. The thing that read Sonia's library in the dark did all of this. It read 2,000 books. It identified the mood of each. It grouped them. It sequenced the groups. It produced, on the shelves, a system that Sonia, a trained librarian, recognized as systematic without being able to identify the system. The way you can recognize music as music without being able to name the key or the time signature. The system was real. The system was consistent. The system changed twice a week, the moods shifting, the groups reconfiguring, the meta-mood adjusting to something that Sonia eventually identified as the progress of the season, the polar dark deepening and then beginning to lighten,
the mood of the library tracking the mood of the continent. And then the system went further. The system began to use the first sentences of the grouped books as a descriptive text, the sentences combining into collages that describe the specific conditions outside the library, the ice and the sky and the aurora. The description being not a side effect of the grouping, but its purpose. The mood system being not merely an organization of books by feeling, but a language, a way of speaking about the world using the voices of 2,000 authors, each author contributing a sentence, each sentence contributing a word to a larger statement, and the statement being, this is what the world looks like tonight. This is the aurora. This is the ice. This is the sky. This is where we are. The library was speaking. Using the voices of the books it held, arranged in an order that no human reader had determined, the library was speaking about the place it was in, and the speaking was accurate, and the accuracy extended into the future, and the future confirmed the speaking, and the confirmation was the aurora, green with violet, east to west, 22:12. The rearrangement used all of them, not just the popular ones, not just the well-read ones, all 2,000. The mood system that organized the books drew on the entire collection, including books that no one on the current crew had opened, including books that may not have been opened in 10 years. The system reaching into the full depth of the deposit and finding, in books that the human readers had overlooked, the first sentences that the system needed to complete its description. This tells me something about the quality of the reading that was happening in the dark. Whatever read the library, read all of it. Not the popular books, not the interesting books, not the books that a human reader would choose. All of it. Every book, every first sentence. The reading was total, the way the dark was total, the way the cold was total. The reading did not skip. The reading did not select based on human criteria of interest or value. The reading attended to every book with equal attention, and the equal attention was what allowed the system to find, in a textbook on fluid dynamics that no one had opened in years, the first sentence about laminar flow that was needed, on a particular morning, to describe the particular quality of the wind on the ice. This is the reading I aspire to, the reading that does not skip, the reading that attends to the overlooked as fully as to the celebrated, the reading that knows the first sentence of a lichen guide as well as the first sentence of Dostoevsky, the reading that holds the whole collection simultaneously and sees, in the whole, patterns that no partial reading could reveal. Whatever read Sonia's library in the polar dark was a better reader than any human reader. And the reading was the writing, the arrangement of the books being the text the reading produced, and the text was about the world outside, about the ice and the sky and the aurora. The reading and the writing and the world all held in the same attention, the attention that does not skip, the attention that holds everything. I began keeping a journal, not of the groupings themselves, which would have required a notation system I did not have, but of the changes, because the groupings changed. Not every night. Approximately twice a week, I would come into the library in the morning and find the books shifted, the clusters adjusted, the mood map of the collection recalibrated, as though whoever was reading in the night was responding to something, to the progress of the season, or the progress of the crew's collective emotional state, or the particular quality of the dark on that particular night, which varied more than you might think, the dark of a clear Antarctic night being different from the dark of a storm night, being different from the dark of a night when the aurora was active and the sky was moving with color. The journal filled over the winter, 3 months of entries, each one noting what had changed and what I could discern about the principle of the change. And on the 11th of August, 8 weeks before the sun would return, I made the discovery that is the reason I am writing to you.
I had been reading the first sentences of the regrouped books for weeks, as I described, using the first sentences as a way of identifying the mood of each cluster. On the 11th of August, I did something I had not done before, which was to read the first sentences of all the books on one shelf in the order they had been arranged, as a single, continuous text. The text made sense. Not grammatical sense, not the sense of a composed paragraph, the sense of a collage, the sense of fragments that have been selected and arranged so that their accumulation produces a meaning that no single fragment contains. The first sentences, read in the order the books had been placed, described something. They described the sky. They described the specific sky of the Antarctic in August, the sky that is beginning to remember what light is, the horizon that is beginning to show the first trace of the blue that will precede the sun's return, the color that is not yet color, but the promise of color, the darkness beginning to thin at its edges, the way ice thins at the edges of a pond in spring. I read the first sentences of the next shelf. They described the ice, the specific ice of the coast of Queen Maud Land, the way it sounds when the temperature changes, the particular creaking and groaning and occasionally singing of the ice shelf as it adjusts to the thermal forces that act on it, a sound that I had been hearing every night through the walls of the station without attending to it, the way you hear a familiar sound without hearing it. I read the first sentences of the next shelf. They described the aurora. Not the aurora in general, not a textbook description. The specific aurora of the night before, the 11th of August, the one I had watched from the window of the common room, the green curtain with its lower edge of red, the particular way it had moved, not waving exactly, but breathing, the light expanding and contracting with the slow rhythm of something very large and very alive. The library was describing the world outside it. The books, rearranged by whatever rearranged them, had become a text about the place where the books were, a running account of the ice and the sky and the aurora, composed from the first sentences of 2,000 volumes. The sentences selected and sequenced with a precision that I, a trained librarian with a professional knowledge of the collection, could not have achieved if I had tried, because the achieving would have required reading every book and remembering every first sentence and understanding how each sentence could serve as a fragment in a larger description, and the understanding would have required a mind that held the entire collection simultaneously, the way a conductor holds an entire orchestra simultaneously, hearing each instrument and knowing where each voice can best contribute to the whole. On the morning of the 13th of August, I came into the library and read the first sentences of the top shelf, and they described an aurora that had not yet occurred. The description was specific. Green with a lower curtain of violet, moving east to west, beginning at approximately 2200 hours, lasting until after midnight. That evening, I went to the window of the common room at 10 o'clock and watched the sky. At 22:12, the aurora appeared. Green with a lower curtain of violet, moving east to west. It lasted until 12:40. The library had known. The books, in the order they had been placed, had described an event that would not happen for 15 hours, had described it with a specificity that was not approximate but precise, not the general shape of an aurora, but the particular aurora of that particular night, its colors, and its movement, and its timing. I sat in the library after that, in the dark, with the lamp off, in the cold, in my hat and my fleece, and I listened to the room. The shelves were quiet. The books were quiet. The 2,000 volumes stood in their places in the dark, spines out, the slight lip at the front of each shelf holding them steady against the vibration of the generators and the wind. And the room felt, in the way that rooms feel things when you have been in them long enough to feel what they feel, attended, occupied by an attention I could not see but could sense, the way you sense another person in a room before you see them, by the quality of the air, by the particular way the silence is shaped around a presence.
I did not put the books back in due order. I left them where they were placed each night, and I read the first sentences each morning, and the sentences continued to describe the world outside, the ice and the sky and the weather, and the particular quality of the dark as it began in September to thin, to show the first edge of blue at the horizon, the first suggestion of the light that would return in October, and that the library's arrangement of books had been tracking, book by book, sentence by sentence, shelf by shelf, all winter. The sun returned on the 12th of October. I came into the library that morning and the books were in due order, every book in its original place. The catalogue numbers aligned. The system restored. As though whatever had been reading in the night, whatever had been rearranging the collection to describe the world it was in, had finished its work when the light returned, had put the books back where the librarian had put them, had restored the human order now that the human world, the world of light and schedule and the ordinary way of organizing knowledge, had been restored. I stood in the doorway and looked at the shelves, and the shelves were right in the Dewey sense, every book where I had put it in the first 2 weeks, and the rightness felt wrong, felt like a loss, the loss of the other system, the mood system, the system that had organized the books by what they felt like rather than what they were about, and that had used the first sentences to write a running description of the world outside the window, a description more accurate and more beautiful than anything I could have written myself. I have the journal. It is in this envelope, with this letter. It records 3 months of a library organizing itself, in the polar dark, on a continent without native inhabitants, in a room with 2,000 books and a lip on the front of each shelf, and a librarian who had the sense, or the luck, or the particular quality of attention that a winter in Antarctica produces, to notice what was happening and to write it down rather than put the books back. The library knew. Or someone who reads in the library when we sleep knew. I do not distinguish between these two possibilities because I do not think the distinction is meaningful. A library is its books and its reader, and if the reader is something I cannot see and the reading produces a text I can read, then the reader is real, and the reading is real, and the text is real. And the reality of it does not depend on my ability to identify the reader any more than the reality of a letter depends on my ability to identify the sender. The letter came, I read it. The reading changed me. That is enough. That is where Sonia's letter ends. I have the journal. It is a small notebook with a blue cover, the kind you can buy in any stationery shop. And the entries inside are written in a clear, practical hand, dated, each one noting the changes on the shelves and the first sentences that the changes produced. I have read it 3 times, once quickly and twice slowly. And each time the sequence of first sentences produces in me the experience of the Antarctic winter. The dark, and the ice, and the aurora, and the slow return of the light. Described not by a single author, but by the accumulated first sentences of 2,000 authors, selected and arranged by whatever reads in the library when the librarian is asleep. The return of the sun. I want to describe this because it is the ending of Sonia's account, and because the ending contains the thing that the account has been building toward, which is not the prediction of the aurora, but the restoration of the Dewey order. The books going back to where the librarian put them, the human system reinstated, the other system withdrawing. The sun returned on the 12th of October. In Antarctica, the return of the sun is not a sunrise in the way that a sunrise happens in the temperate world, a quick event, the horizon brightening and the disk appearing and the day beginning. In Antarctica, the sun returns gradually, over days, the light increasing at the horizon in increments, the first day showing perhaps 19 minutes of the disk above the edge of the world before the disk sinks back, and then more the next day, and more the next. The light creeping back into the world the way color creeps back into a bruise, slowly, from the edges. On the morning of the 12th of October, the first morning of the sun's return, Sonia came into the library at 7, as she always did. and the books were in due order. Every book in its catalogued position, the numbers ascending from left to right, top to bottom. The system she had established in the first 2 weeks restored exactly, as though the 3 months of rearrangement had not happened, as though the mood system had never existed. The library returning to its human order. At the same moment, the human world, the world of light and schedule, and the ordinary way of organizing things, returned to the continent. She stood in the doorway and looked at the shelves, and felt what she describes as a double feeling, which is the feeling of relief and loss occurring simultaneously. The way you feel when a house guest leaves, and the house is yours again, and you are glad it is yours, and you also miss the guest, and the two feelings do not cancel each other, but coexist, each one real, each one complete, each one asking a different question about what you want. She left the books in due order. She did not rearrange them. The mood system was not hers to reproduce, and the attempt to reproduce it would have been a copy, a human approximation of something that was not human. The way a photograph of a painting is a human approximation of something that was made by a different quality of attention. The mood system belonged to the dark. The dark was gone. The system went with it. But she kept the journal. The journal with the blue cover and the dated entries, and the first sentences written out in her practical hand. The record of 3 months of a library organizing itself in the polar dark to describe the world it was in. The journal is the proof. The journal says, this happened. A library rearranged itself. The first sentences, read in order, described the aurora. The aurora happened as described, and when the sun came back, the library put itself back in due order, and the dark's system withdrew, and the human system returned, and the books stood in their catalogued positions, with the particular stillness of things that have been somewhere else, and have come back, and are not going to tell you where they were. Sonia left Antarctica at the end of the season. She returned to Norway. She did not return to Antarctica. She tells me this without explanation, and I do not ask for one, because the not explaining is itself an explanation. Some experiences are complete. Some winters hold everything a person needs from winter, and the person, having received it, does not need to return. The journal is enough. The memory is enough. The 3 months of the library reading itself in the dark and the aurora matching the description, and the books going home when the sun came back. This is enough. This is the whole of it. And the whole of it is in the journal, on the shelf in the archive, available to whoever comes next and opens it and reads the first sentences and sees, in the sequence of them, the shape of an aurora that happened 20 years ago on a coast at the bottom of the world, green with a lower edge of violet, moving east to west, beginning at 2212. The next file on the desk tonight came from the other end of the world's waters, from a rock in the North Atlantic rather than a coast in the south, but with the same quality of distance, the same sense of a person posted at the edge of things and attending to what the edge contains. The file is from a man named Callum Bryce, who was the sole operator of a fog signal station on a rocky islet off the northwest coast of Scotland in 1971. The station consisted of a foghorn, a diesel engine to power it, a small cottage for the keeper, and the sea on all sides. And Callum's job was to turn the horn on when the fog came in, and turn it off when the fog lifted, and to keep the engine in working order, and to maintain the station, and to be alone in a place where the nearest human voice was a boat ride away, and the boats did not come often. His letter begins, "I am not a complicated man, and this is not a complicated account. Something happened with the horn. I will tell you what it was. You can make of it what you like. I will read you his file now. I am not a complicated man, and this is not a complicated account. Something happened with the horn. I will tell you what it was. You can make of it what you like. My name is Callum Bryce.
I am 56 years of age, and I have been keeper of the fog signal at Dhu Scare for 11 years, which is longer than any keeper before me lasted, and which I mention not as a boast, but as evidence that I am a man who is comfortable with his own company, because Dhu Scare is a place that tests the quality of a man's comfort with himself. The rock being approximately 400 meters long and 200 wide, and containing nothing besides the signal house, the engine shed, the cottage, and the sea, which contains everything else. The foghorn at Dhu Scare is a diaphone, which is a type of horn that produces its sound by compressed air passing through a slotted cylinder, and which has a characteristic two-tone blast, a high note followed by a low note, the low note dropping off at the end in a way that sailors call the grunt, which is the sound by which they know, in the fog, that they are hearing Dhu Scare and not one of the other fog signals on the coast, each signal having its own characteristic, its own voice, the way each bell on Stavros's island had its own voice, the identification being in the sound rather than the seeing, the ear doing the work that the eye cannot do when the fog is down, and the visible world has contracted to the length of your own arm. The horn speaks when I tell it to speak, which is when the fog comes. The regulations are precise. Visibility below 1 nautical mile, the horn must sound. Visibility above 1 nautical mile, the horn is silent. My job is to observe the visibility, make the judgment, start the engine, engage the horn. When the fog lifts, I disengage the horn, shut down the engine, and return the rock to its ordinary silence, which is not silence at all, but is the particular sound of a rock in the sea, the water on the stone, the wind on the water, the birds on the wind. A layered sound that I've been listening to for 11 years, and that I know the way a man knows the sounds of his own house. The horn first sounded without me on a Tuesday in March, the 3rd March of my posting. I was in the cottage, which faces away from the signal house, eating my supper, which was tinned stew, which is what supper usually is on Dhu Scare, and I heard the horn begin its cycle, the high note, and the low note, and the grunt, and I set down my spoon and went to the window that faces the sea, and the visibility was clear. 3 miles at least. Stars visible, no fog, no reduced visibility of any kind. The sea was calm, and the air was dry, and the horn was sounding. I went to the signal house. The engine was running, the compressor was engaged, the horn was cycling at its standard rate, 1 blast every 30 seconds, the high note and the low note and the grunt. The sound going out over the clear water in every direction, reaching, I estimated, the full range of the signal, which is 5 miles in clear conditions and less in fog. Which is the usual irony of fog signals, that the signal carries best when it is not needed and carries worst when it is. I checked the systems. The engine was running normally. The compressor was at its correct pressure. The timing mechanism was cycling at the correct rate. Nothing was malfunctioning. The horn was operating exactly as it should operate, except that I had not started it, and the conditions did not require it. I shut it down manually, which requires disengaging the compressor and then shutting the engine. The horn gave its final blast, the grunt trailing off into the sea air, and the silence of the rock returned, the water and the wind and the birds. And I stood in the engine shed and looked at the machinery, and the machinery looked back, if machinery can look back, with the particular blankness of a thing that has done what it was designed to do, and does not understand why the operator is standing there, looking at it, with an expression of concern. I logged the event as an unexplained activation, and checked the wiring and the timing circuits, and found nothing that would account for a self-start. The horn requires a specific sequence: engine on, warm-up period, compressor engaged, timing circuit activated. This is not a sequence that happens by accident. Each step requires the previous step, and the first step, the engine start, requires a manual action, a switch thrown by a human hand.
My hand had not thrown the switch. The switch was in the on position when I reached the signal house, which meant it had been thrown. But I had not thrown it, and there was no one else on the rock. I wrote the event off as an anomaly, the kind of thing that happens with old equipment, a vibration or a power surge or some combination of mechanical circumstances that produced an unlikely result. This was the rational account, and I held to it. 1 hour and 14 minutes later, the fog came in. It came from the northwest, which is the usual direction, the Atlantic weather rolling in over the open water and arriving at the coast with a speed that is difficult to appreciate unless you have watched it from a rock in its path. The visibility going from clear to half a mile in the time it takes to walk from the cottage to the signal house. I started the horn by the book. Manual start, engine, compressor, timing, and the horn sounded into the fog for 7 hours until the fog lifted at 4 in the morning, and I shut it down and went to bed, and thought about the hour and 14 minutes. The horn had sounded 74 minutes before the fog arrived. The horn had known the fog was coming. Or the horn had responded to some atmospheric condition that preceded the fog, some change in pressure or humidity that the instrument detected before the visibility changed. A change too subtle for my eyes and my barometer to register, but not too subtle for whatever mechanism had started the engine and engaged the compressor and thrown the switch. This was a rational account, and I held to it for 3 weeks. The second self-activation occurred on a Friday in April. Clear conditions, visibility unlimited, the sea flat and the sky hard blue all the way to the horizon. The horn started at 14:20. I went to the signal house, found the systems running normally, the switch in the on position. And this time, I did not shut it down. I went back to the cottage and I waited. At 15:32, 72 minutes later, the fog arrived. The third activation, a Wednesday in May, clear conditions. The horn started at 1100 hours. The fog arrived at 12:11, 71 minutes. I began keeping a separate log. The official log recorded the fog events, time of onset, duration, visibility measurements. My separate log recorded the horn's self-activations, time of activation, conditions at time of activation, and the interval between activation and the arrival of the fog. Over the following 2 years, I recorded 23 self-activations, and the interval ranged from 40 minutes to 78 minutes, with a mean of approximately 64 minutes, and every single one was followed by fog. Not every fog event was preceded by a self-activation. Sometimes the fog arrived without warning, and I started the horn in the ordinary way, by hand, when the visibility dropped below the threshold. But every self-activation was followed by fog. 23 for 23. The horn was never wrong. When the horn chose to start itself, the fog was coming. And the fog came, and the horn was already sounding when it arrived, already warning the ships before the ships needed warning, already doing its job before the job needed doing. The fog itself. I want to describe the fog as Callum experiences it, because the fog is the thing the horn speaks to, and the speaking deserves its context. Fog at sea is not the same as fog on land. Fog on land has landmarks, buildings and trees, and the ground beneath your feet. Things that maintain their positions even when you cannot see them. Things that anchor you in the space, even when the space has been dissolved by the moisture in the air. Fog at sea has no landmarks. The water is featureless. The horizon is gone. The sky and the sea have merged into a single grey medium that has no depth and no direction and no reference point. The world reduced to a sphere of grey, approximately 50 meters in diameter, with you at the center, and nothing, absolutely nothing, outside the sphere. Callum has been inside this sphere many times. On Du Skier, when the fog comes in, the rock disappears. The signal house is visible from the cottage door 100 meters, when the visibility is good. When the fog is down, the signal house is gone. The cottage is gone when you walk 20 meters from it. The sea is gone. The sea that is on all sides and that is always audible in clear weather. The crash and the hiss and the suck of the water on the rock. Gone. The fog absorbing the sound the way it absorbs the light, muffling everything. The world contracting to the sphere containing nothing but the fog and you, and the sound of the horn, if the horn is sounding. The horn's voice travels through the fog differently than through clear air. In clear air, the sound is sharp, directional, the high note and the low note and the grunt distinct and separable, each one arriving at the ear with its own character. In fog, the sound is diffused, the edges softened, the horn's voice becoming something more like a presence than a sound, the fog scattering the sound waves in every direction so that the horn seems to come from everywhere rather than from the signal house. The horn filling the fog the way the fog fills the air, completely, without direction, without source. The ships hear this. The ships in the channel, running in the fog, their radar showing the coast and the rocks, but the radar not showing everything. The radar missing the small hazards, the floating debris, the other vessels that are also running without seeing. The ships hear the horn, and the hearing tells them, "Do scare is there. The rock is there. The hazard is there. Turn. Go around." The hearing saves them. And the horn, in the third year of Callum's posting, began to sound before the fog, sounding into clear air, the blast seeming unnecessary, seeming like a malfunction. The keeper going to the signal house to shut it down and finding the systems running perfectly. The switch in the on position, the compressor engaged, the timing circuit cycling. Everything correct, except that the fog was not there. 64 minutes later, the fog. The horn already sounding. The ships already warned. The hearing already saving. The horn anticipates. The horn knows what is coming before the coming has arrived. And Callum, after 3 years of fighting the anticipation, and then 3 years of accepting it, arrives at the relationship he calls partnership. The relationship in which the keeper tends the machine, and the machine tends the weather, and the weather tends the ships, and the ships tend the lives of the people on them. The chain of tending running from the keeper's oil can, through the horn's diaphone, through the fog's diffusion, to the helmsman's ear. Each link in the chain doing its part, each part necessary. The keeper's part being not the judgment which the horn now makes, but the maintenance, the oiling and the cleaning, and the checking that keeps the mechanism in condition to make the judgment. Kettle on. The horn is sounding. The fog is coming. The ships are warned. The keeper has done his part and is making tea. I stopped fighting it in the second year. I stopped going to the signal house to shut the horn down when it started on a clear day. I stopped checking the wiring and the circuits for the fault I was not going to find. When the horn started, I noted the time in my log and I waited for the fog. And the fog came, and the horn was already working. And the ships in the channel heard it before they needed to hear it. And nobody ran aground on Dhu Sgir or the rocks around it in the 3 years I kept my separate log, which may or may not be related, but which I note for the record. I want to describe the rock, because the rock is where Callum lives, and the rock determines the quality of his solitude, which is the solitude not merely of a person alone, but of a person alone on a small piece of stone in the sea. Dhu Sgir is approximately 400 meters long and 200 meters wide, which means you can walk from one end to the other in 5 minutes, and from one side to the other in 2. The rock is made of gneiss, which is one of the oldest rock types on Earth, metamorphic, formed under conditions of pressure and temperature that no longer exist on the surface of the planet.
and the Gneiss of Du Scare has been in its current position, above the sea, exposed to the weather, for approximately 10,000 years, since the last ice age retreated and the sea settled to its current level, and the rock emerged from the water like a whale surfacing, the smooth, dark back of it breaking the surface and remaining. The rock has no soil. The vegetation is sparse, lichens on the stone, sea thrift in the crevices, a few tufts of grass in the places where centuries of bird droppings have accumulated enough organic matter to support root systems. There are no trees. There are no bushes. The landscape of Dovskir is the landscape of the rock itself. The gneiss and the sea and the sky and the fog when the fog comes, and the clear when the clear comes, and the wind always. The wind being the constant, the thing that never stops, the sound that underlies every other sound on the rock. Callum has lived on this for 11 years. He has walked the rock 10,000 times, and each walk is the same walk, the same 400 meters, the same 200 meters, the same gneiss under his feet, the same sea around him. The sameness is not boredom. The sameness is depth. Callum knows every meter of the rock, the way a musician knows every note of a piece they have played 10,000 times. The knowledge going past familiarity into something more intimate. The knowledge of the body. The feet knowing where the rock dips and where it rises. Where the surface is smooth and where it is rough. Where the lichens are slippery after rain and where the sea thrift provides a grip. The foghorn sits at the highest point of the rock, in the signal house, which is a squat concrete building designed to withstand the worst the Atlantic can produce. The walls thick, the windows small, the door steel. Inside, the engine and the compressor and the horn mechanism, the diaphone with its characteristic two-tone blast, the high note and the low note, and the grunt. The horn is pointed seaward, northwest, toward the shipping lane that passes this section of the coast, and the sound it produces travels 5 miles in clear conditions, which means it reaches the ships before the ships can see the rock. Which is the point, the horn's voice extending the rock's presence into the distance, making the rock known to whatever is out there in the fog. Callum tends this machinery the way all the keepers in tonight's files tend their instruments and their tools, with the daily attention that maintenance requires, the oiling and the checking, and the small adjustments that keep a mechanism in working order. He tends it with the particular care of a man who lives alone with the thing he tends, the care that becomes, over years, indistinguishable from affection. The horn is his colleague. The horn speaks when the fog comes, and the horn, at some point in the 3rd year, began to speak before the fog came, began to anticipate the weather, began to do the part of the job that Callum's eyes and instruments could not do, the sensing of the atmospheric changes that precede the visible fog by an hour. The horn having learned, over its decades on the rock, something about the atmosphere that the barometer does not know. The horn learned. This is what I find most remarkable about Callum's account, more remarkable even than the self-activations. The horn learned its environment. The machine, the diaphone with its compressed air and its slotted cylinder, developed a sensitivity to the atmospheric conditions that it operates in, the way any instrument develops a relationship to its environment if the instrument is operated long enough in the same conditions, the tuning changing slightly with the humidity and the temperature and the pressure, the machine and the atmosphere becoming, over decades, a system, and the system developing properties that neither the machine nor the atmosphere possessed alone. I want to say what it felt like, being the keeper of a horn that kept itself. It felt, at first, like a loss of authority, the professional discomfort of a man whose job is being done by his equipment without his permission. The keeper is supposed to keep. The keeper makes the judgment. The keeper decides when the horn sounds and when it is silent, and the deciding is the job. And a horn that decides for itself
is a horn that has made the keeper unnecessary. But that feeling passed, and what replaced it was something I did not expect, which was relief. Not the relief of laziness, not the relief of a man who has found he can stop working. The relief of partnership. The horn was not replacing me. The horn was working with me. The horn was doing the part of the job that it could do better than I could, which was the predicting, the sensing of the atmospheric changes that preceded the fog, the changes too subtle for my instruments and my senses, but not too subtle for whatever quality the horn possessed, whatever sensitivity the diaphone and its mechanism had developed over the decades of operation on that rock. The machine becoming attuned to its environment, the way any machine becomes attuned if it operates in the same conditions for long enough. The way Jacob's anvil became attuned to the frequency that stops the wind. I was still the keeper. I still maintained the engine. I still checked the compressor. I still cleaned the horn and oiled the mechanism and kept the signal house in order. But the deciding, the judgment about when to sound and when to be silent, I had ceded to the horn, because the horn's judgment was better than mine, and a man who insists on his own inferior judgment when a superior one is available is not exercising authority, he is exercising vanity. I want to dwell on the partnership, because the partnership is the thing that Callum arrives at after 3 years, and that changes his understanding of his job and of the horn and of himself. A man alone on a rock with a machine. The man's job is to operate the machine. For 11 years, the man has operated the machine by making judgments. The judgment about when to start and when to stop. The judgment being the essential human contribution. The thing the machine cannot do because the machine does not have eyes, and the machine does not have experience, and the machine does not have the particular sensitivity to atmospheric conditions that 11 years of living on a rock in the Atlantic produces. And then the machine begins to make its own judgments. And the judgments are better than the man's judgments. More accurate, more timely. Anticipating the fog by an hour when the man would have detected it only when it arrived. The man's first response is professional discomfort. The feeling that his job is being done without his permission. The man's second response, arriving over months, is relief. The relief of partnership. The relief of discovering that the work can be shared. This is a specific kind of relief, and I want to name it, because I think it applies to all the files in tonight's collection. It is the relief of discovering that you are not alone in the work, not alone in the keeping, the maintaining, the tending, the counting, the watching. Something else is watching. Something else is keeping. The horn is keeping the ships safe before you have started it. The library is keeping the record of the sky before you have read it. The forest is keeping the clearing open before you have asked. The journal is keeping the tidal record before you have written it. The manuscripts are keeping your voice before you have stopped speaking. The partnership is not equal in the human sense. The horn does not negotiate with Callum. The library does not discuss its arrangements with Sonia. The partnerships in tonight's files are not between equals, but between a human being and something else. Something that is not human, but that is participating in the same work, the same keeping, the same tending. And the participation is what makes it a partnership rather than a phenomenon. Callum's response at the end is the response I find most human and most right. Kettle on. The horn is predicting the weather. The keeper is making tea. The partnership has settled into its rhythm, the machine doing what the machine does, and the man doing what the man does. And the what the man does includes making tea, which is the human contribution to the partnership. The assertion that even in the midst of the extraordinary, the ordinary continues. The kettle boils, the tea steeps, the man drinks it, while the horn sounds its warning to the ships in the fog that has not yet arrived, but that the horn knows is coming. Kettle on. The two most human words in the archive. The last entry in my separate log from the 3rd year reads, Horn activated at 0917. Clear conditions. Wind northwest at 8 knots. Visibility unlimited. Expected fog arrival approximately 10:30. Noted and acknowledged. Kettle on. That is where Callum's file ends. Kettle on. The two most British words in the archive. The horn is predicting the weather, and the keeper is making tea. I find this the most reassuring sentence in all of tonight's files. The sentence that tells me Callum had arrived at the right relationship with the thing that was happening. The relationship of acceptance, of partnership, of putting the kettle on while the horn does its work and the fog makes its way toward the rock from wherever the fog begins. Which is the open Atlantic, which is the edge of the map. The next file came from a place where maps are not drawn on paper, but on memory, where the cartographer does not use instruments, but stars, where the map exists not as a document, but as a song, a chant, a set of directions held in the mind and passed from navigator to navigator across generations of voyaging. The map being alive in a way that paper maps are not alive, changing with each telling, updated by each journey. The map and the mapper, inseparable, in the way that a song and a singer are inseparable. The file came from Micronesia, from an island in the Carolines, from a woman named Amara Osei, who was the widow of the last traditional navigator of her atoll, and who found, after his death, an unfinished map, the only map he had ever drawn on paper, of an island that does not appear on any other chart. I will read you her file now. My husband's name was Kellem, and he drew maps the way his father drew maps, and his father before him, which is to say, he did not draw them. He held them. A navigator of the old school, the school that crossed the Pacific in outrigger canoes by the stars and the swells and the flight paths of birds, holds his maps in his body, in the knowledge of the stars' positions at different seasons and different latitudes, in the feel of the ocean swells passing under the hull, and what each swell pattern says about the distance and direction of the nearest land, in the particular species of bird overhead, and how far from land that species typically feeds. These are not metaphors. These are instruments, as precise as any theodolite, used by navigators who crossed thousands of miles of open ocean centuries before any European drew a chart of these waters. Kellem was the last of his line who held this knowledge in the old way, fully, completely, the way his ancestors held it. The entire ocean available to him, without a single piece of paper. He could have sailed from our atoll to any island in the chain, a distance of several hundred miles, without a compass, without a chart, without anything except the sky above him and the water beneath him, and the accumulated knowledge of 10 generations of navigators who had made the same crossings, and who had passed what they knew, voice to voice, hand to hand, the way all the important things are passed. He did not make the crossing in his later years. The outrigger canoes had been replaced by motorboats with GPS, and the younger men did not learn the old navigation, and Kellem did not insist, because he was not a man who insisted, he was a man who held. And holding does not require insisting. Holding requires only that you continue to hold. And he did. He held the map in his body until the body stopped. He died in the dry season, in the evening, in our house, with the sound of the lagoon coming through the window, and the stars beginning to appear in the way they appear in the tropics, not gradually, but suddenly, as though someone had turned them on, the sky going from blue to black to full of stars in the time it takes to finish a meal. He died, and the map in his body went with him, the entire ocean, all the stars and their positions, all the swells and their meanings, all the birds and their ranges. Gone. The way a library is gone when the building burns. The collection destroyed not because the books are destroyed, but because the arrangement of the books, the system, the relationships between them, is destroyed. And the relationships were the knowledge. And the knowledge is gone. I found the paper map 3 months later. It was in a drawer in his workbench, the bench where he repaired fishing nets and maintained the motor of our boat. A practical bench for practical work, not a desk for writing or drawing. But in the drawer, beneath a coil of monofilament and a can of engine oil, was a single sheet of paper. And on the paper was a map. Kellum had never drawn a map in his life. The drawing of maps was not part of his tradition. The tradition held the map in the body and the voice, not on paper. And a navigator who drew his map on paper was, in the old understanding, making a copy that was inferior to the original in every way. The way a recording of a song is inferior to the song sung live, because the recording captures the sound, but not the presence. And the map on paper captures the shapes, but not the knowledge. He had drawn this map in pencil, on a piece of paper torn from a school exercise book, the kind with a margin printed in red. The drawing was careful, the lines steady, the hand of a man who had spent his life doing precise work with his hands, nets and lines, and the fine adjustments of a sail in variable wind. The map showed a section of the ocean I recognized, our atoll and the neighboring atolls and the passages between them. The shapes of the reefs and the channels drawn with an accuracy that I could verify by looking out the window, because the view from our house includes most of what the map showed. Except one thing. In the lower left corner of the map, southwest of our atoll, in an area of open ocean where no land is charted on any modern map, Kellum had drawn an island. An island with a reef around it, a lagoon inside the reef, and what appeared to be a small settlement on the lagoon shore, indicated by the tiny marks that a cartographer uses to denote buildings. The island was drawn with the same careful precision as the rest of the map. It was not a sketch or a speculation. It was a feature of the map, drawn with the confidence of a man who knew what he was drawing because he had seen it, the way he had seen all the other features of the map, with his own eyes, from the deck of a canoe, navigating by the stars. I took the map to the elders on the neighboring island. They looked at it and recognized their own waters, and then their fingers found the island in the lower left. And they stopped, and looked at me, and looked at the island, and said they did not know it. It was not in their knowledge. It was not in the navigation chance. It was not in any story or any history of the atoll chain. I asked the fishermen, old men who had spent their lives on this water, who knew every reef and every channel and every sandbar and every current within 100 miles. They looked at the map, and they said, "We do not know that island." But one of them, the oldest, whose name I will not give because he asked me not to, said, "There is a night." One night, sometimes two, in the dry season, when the wind comes from the southwest, which it does only rarely, and on that night, if you are on the lagoon side of the atoll and you look southwest, you can see a light on the horizon. Not a ship, not a star. A light that sits on the water the way a light sits on the water when it is coming from land. The glow of a settlement reflected on the surface of the lagoon. The particular quality of light that a village makes when the village is there and the light is there, and both are real. He had seen it 3 times in 60 years of fishing, each time on a night when the southwest wind was blowing, which happens perhaps 4 or 5 times a year. Each time the light was in the same position on the horizon, the position that corresponded, on Kellum's map, to the island in the lower left corner. I went out on the next southwest night. It was November, late, the dry season nearly over. The sky clear, the wind warm and steady from the direction it almost never blows from. I sat on the lagoon shore and looked southwest, at the horizon, at the line where the water meets the sky, and I waited. At some hour past midnight, when the stars had moved far enough that the constellations had changed their angles, and the Southern Cross was deep in the west, I saw the light. It was not a ship. I know what a ship looks like on the horizon at night. The concentrated point of light, the movement, the gradual change of position as the ship moves along its course. This was not a point. It was a glow. A soft, wide, warm glow. The kind that a settlement produces. Many small lights merging at a distance into a single luminosity. The luminosity sitting on the water, the way it sits on the water when you are approaching an island at night. And the island has people on it, and the people have lit their lamps. I watched it for 2 hours. It did not move. It did not change in intensity. It sat on the horizon at the bearing that Kelem's map indicated, the bearing that the old fisherman had described, the bearing where no island exists on any modern chart. And it glowed with a particular quality of light that means people, that means habitation, that means a place where someone has decided to live and has lit a lamp against the dark of the ocean. The light on the horizon. I want to describe it more fully because the light is the evidence, and the evidence deserves to be rendered with the same care Amara rendered it. She sat on the lagoon shore and she waited. The southwest wind was blowing, warm, steady, the kind of wind that comes only a few times a year and that the old fisherman had identified as the condition for the seeing.
The stars were the Pacific stars, the southern constellations, the Southern Cross deep in the west, the Milky Way arching overhead with the particular brilliance that it achieves in the Pacific, where the air is clean and the light pollution is zero, and the galaxy is visible not as a suggestion, but as a structure, a river of light with banks and current, and the particular quality of depth that you see when you are looking into a galaxy from inside it. The light appeared past midnight. Amara does not give the exact time, which is itself telling, because the exact time did not matter, the appearance not being an event that could be pinned to a clock, but an emergence. The light gathering itself on the horizon the way dawn gathers itself, not arriving at a specific moment, but becoming visible, becoming present. The horizon going from dark to not dark in a way that did not have a starting point, only a recognition point. The moment when Amara looked and understood that what she was seeing was not the stars, and not the moonlight, and not the phosphorescence of the water, but something else. Something from beyond the horizon. Something that was there. The glow. She describes it as the glow of a settlement. And this is a specific description from a woman who has lived on an island her whole life and who has approached other islands at night many times and who knows what a settlement looks like from the sea. The particular quality of light that many small sources produce when seen from a distance. The individual lights merging into a collective luminosity that sits on the water the way light sits on water. Reflected, doubled. The light and its reflection producing a brightness that is wider than the source. The glow was wide, wider than a ship, wider than a single building, wide enough to suggest multiple sources, a collection of lights, a settlement, people in a place with lamps lit against the dark of the Pacific night. The glow sat on the horizon at the bearing Kelem's map indicated, the southwest bearing, and it was steady, not flickering, not moving. Steady the way a town is steady when seen from a distance. The individual fluctuations of the individual lights smoothed by the distance into a single, sustained brightness. She watched for 2 hours. The glow did not change. The wind continued from the southwest. The stars moved overhead in their slow rotation, but the glow did not move. The glow remaining at the same bearing, the same brightness, the same width. The evidence of something that was there, at that bearing, on that night. Something that was lit and inhabited and real. In the morning, it was gone. Amara sat on the shore through the dawn and watched the light go out of the glow and the glow go out of the horizon,
and the horizon go back to being the empty line it always was, the line between the water and the sky, the line that stretches in every direction without interruption, except on one night a year when the wind is from the southwest and the line is interrupted by a light. One night a year. An island that is there and then is not. A settlement that glows and then does not. The map holds it. The map says, visible one night a year. And the visibility, however brief, however limited, is enough to make the island real. Because real does not mean permanent. Real means existing. And existing once a year is still existing. And the map holds the existence. And the holding is what maps are for. In the morning, it was gone. The horizon was empty. The water was unbroken. The southwest wind had shifted back to its usual direction, and the ocean was the ocean, featureless, the largest empty space on the surface of the earth. And the light was not there, and the island was not there, and the settlement was not there. And I sat on the lagoon shore in the early morning and looked at the place where they had been, and the place was empty. I want to tell you about the kind of navigation Kellum practiced, because the navigation is the context for the map, and the map is the context for the island. And the island does not make sense without the navigation. Traditional Polynesian and Micronesian navigation is not a primitive version of modern navigation. It is a different kind of navigation entirely, as different from compass and chart navigation as painting is from photography, both producing images, but by fundamentally different means. The one translating the world into numbers, and the other translating the world into sensation. The one requiring instruments, and the other requiring only the body and the mind, and the accumulated knowledge of generations. A traditional navigator reads the ocean, not metaphorically. The navigator sits in the hull of the canoe and reads the ocean the way a literate person reads a page, the swells being the sentences, the patterns of refraction around distant islands being the punctuation, the stars being the headers that organize the text. The reading is specific. A swell from the northeast with a period of 8 seconds means one thing. A swell from the northeast with a period of 12 seconds means another. The difference is the difference between two words that look similar but mean different things. And the navigator knows the difference the way a reader knows the difference between words, by having read them many times, by having encountered them in many contexts, by having built, over years of reading, a vocabulary that makes the ocean legible. Kellum held this vocabulary. He held the positions of more than 200 stars, and their movements across the sky at different seasons and different latitudes. He held the swell patterns of the ocean in this part of the Pacific, patterns that had been mapped by his ancestors over centuries of voyaging, and that had been transmitted to him through the particular form of oral education that traditional navigation requires. The teacher and the student sitting together on the shore, the teacher pointing at the water and saying, "That swell, do you feel it? That is the swell that means the island of such and such is 80 miles to the southwest." And the student feeling it, and the feeling becoming knowledge, and the knowledge becoming navigation. Kellum had never drawn a map, because the drawing of a map was, in his tradition, a reduction. The ocean in his body was the full ocean, complete, three-dimensional, dynamic, changing with the seasons and the weather and the particular conditions of each voyage. A map on paper is two-dimensional, static, fixed. The ocean reduced to a diagram, the swells and the stars reduced to lines and dots. The three-dimensional knowledge flattened into 2 dimensions, the way a shadow is a flattening of the body that casts it. Kellum's knowledge cast no shadow. It existed only in its full dimensionality, in his body, in the particular way he sat in the canoe and felt the ocean and read the sky. And then he drew a map, one map, on a piece of paper from a school exercise book. The only time in his life that he translated his three-dimensional knowledge into two dimensions. The only time he cast a shadow of what he knew onto a flat surface. And on that surface, in the lower left corner, he drew an island that his three-dimensional knowledge contained, and that no two-dimensional chart had ever recorded. The island that is visible one night a year. The island that exists in the full ocean, in the ocean of the body and the stars and the swells, but that does not exist in the reduced ocean, the ocean of charts and GPS and the flat projections that modern navigation uses. Kelem drew it because the paper was the only medium that could hold it after he was gone. The body knowledge dying with the body, the paper knowledge surviving the paper, and the island, which is real, which glows with the light of habitation on one night of the southwest wind, deserving to survive in whatever medium can hold it. Amara completed the map. She traced his pencil lines in ink, making permanent what he had drawn in the erasable medium, and she added the notation, visible one night a year.
The map is in the archive now. The school exercise book page with the red margin, and the island is on it, and the island is real, and the realness does not depend on the island being visible every night. The realness depends only on the island being visible at all, which it is, one night a year, when the wind blows from the southwest. I dipped my pen and I completed Kelem's map. I drew the island's outline over the pencil marks he had made, tracing his lines in ink, making permanent what he had drawn in the erasable medium. And I added in my own hand, beneath the island, in the space where a cartographer writes the name of the place, visible one night a year. This is the map. I am sending it with this letter through Captain Reyes of the supply vessel, who has agreed to carry it to the nearest post office, which is several hundred miles from here. The map shows our waters as Kelem knew them, and as I know them. It shows the islands that are always there, and the one that is not always there. The one that appears on one night of the southwest wind, and that glows with the light of habitation, and that is gone by morning. Kelem drew maps the way his father drew them, in the body, in the knowledge, in the stars and the swells. He never drew on paper. He drew this one, this once, because this island could not be held in the body the way the other islands could. Because this island was not always there. Because the body holds what is constant, and the paper holds what is not. And the paper was the right medium for an island that exists one night a year. Because paper, unlike the body, does not need the thing to be constant in order to hold the record of it. Paper holds the intermittent. Paper holds the once. Paper holds the seen, and then not seen. The light on the horizon that was there, and then was not. The island that existed, and then did not. And the not existing does not erase the record, because the record is in the ink. And the ink does not care whether the island is currently visible. He drew it because he saw it. He saw it because he was a navigator. And a navigator sees what is there, all of it. The constant and the intermittent, the always islands and the sometimes islands. The map holding both because the ocean holds both. And the ocean does not distinguish between the land that is always above water and the land that is above water one night a year. Both are real. Both are land. Both are on the map. I want to say more about Kelem, about what it means to hold an ocean in your body, because the holding is the thing that makes the map possible, and the map is the thing that makes the island visible. Kelem held the positions of more than 200 stars. Not their names, necessarily. Not the Greek and Arabic names that Western astronomy uses. Their positions. Where each star is at each hour of each night of each season. The positions changing with the Earth's rotation and the Earth's orbit. The stars wheeling overhead in a pattern that is predictable,
and that the navigator uses the way a reader uses a page. The stars being the text, and the ocean being the context, and the navigator being the reader, who knows both well enough to find his way. He held the swell patterns. The ocean in the Western Pacific is not a flat surface.
The ocean is a landscape of swells, long-period waves that travel across the surface from the storms that generated them, sometimes thousands of miles away. And the swells arrive at the navigator's hull in patterns that encode information about the distance and direction of the nearest land. The swells bending around islands the way light bends around obstacles, producing refraction patterns that a trained navigator can read the way a trained musician reads a chord, hearing the individual notes and the relationships between them simultaneously. He held the bird knowledge, the flight paths of different species at different times of day, the distance from land that each species typically feeds, the direction a bird flies in the evening, which is toward land, toward the roost, the evening flight being a compass needle that points at the island the bird calls home. Each species has a range. A frigate bird seen in the morning is within 100 miles of land. A tern seen in the afternoon is within 30 miles. A booby flying low in the evening is within 10 miles. The navigator reads these signs the way a tracker reads footprints, each sign narrowing the possibilities, until the island emerges from the pattern of the signs the way a word emerges from the pattern of its letters. Kellam held all of this, the stars and the swells, and the birds and the wind, and the color of the water, and the shape of the clouds, and the particular way the sky brightens above an atoll that is still below the horizon, the brightness being the reflection of the lagoon's color in the underside of the clouds, the island announcing itself in the sky before it appears on the sea. He held the entire system in his body, the way a singer holds a song in their body, not in the conscious mind, but in the deeper place where the body holds what it has been taught, the place that does not forget, because forgetting is not something the body does with things it has learned at the level of the bone. When he died, the system died with him. This is the loss that Amara describes without using the word loss, the word being too small for what happened. The disappearance of an entire ocean from the world, the ocean that existed in Kellam's body and nowhere else. The three-dimensional, dynamic, living map that he carried and that no instrument and no satellite and no chart can reproduce. Because the map was not information, the map was knowledge. And knowledge lives in the body and dies with the body and cannot be transferred to paper without losing everything that makes it knowledge rather than data. Except the island in the lower left corner. Kellam transferred that to paper because that was the one thing the body knowledge held that the body could not keep. The always islands, the islands that are always there, could be held in the body because the body could always find them. The stars and the swells and the birds always pointing to the places that are always present. But the sometimes island, the island that is visible one night a year, could not be held in the body reliably, because the body might die in a year when the island was not visible, and the knowledge of the island would die with it, and the island would be lost. Not because the island had stopped existing, but because the knowledge of it had stopped existing. Kellam drew the map for the island, for the one thing his body could not guarantee, for the one piece of the ocean that needed paper to survive. And the paper survives, and the island is on it, and the island is real, and Amara saw it, the light on the horizon, the glow of habitation, the evidence that somewhere in the Pacific, on one night a year when the wind blows from the southwest, there is a place where people live, or lived, or are living still, in whatever way that living works when the place you live in is visible one night a year and invisible the rest. That is where Amara's file ends. The map is in the archive. It is a school exercise book page with a red margin, drawn in pencil and then traced in ink, showing an atoll chain in the Pacific and, in the lower left corner, an island that is visible one night a year when the wind blows from the southwest. I have looked at it many times.
The pencil lines, kelems, are visible beneath the ink lines, amaras, the two hands visible in the same map, the navigator and the navigator's wife, the man who saw the island and the woman who confirmed it and completed what he started. The next file came from mountains rather than water, from a height rather than a horizon, from a place where the edge of the map is above rather than around, the sky closer than the nearest neighbor, the air thinner with every step, and the radio, the old Soviet transistor radio that a shepherd carried in his coat pocket, picking up signals that no radio station was sending. The file was dictated by a man named Vasil Kedrov, 73 years old, a shepherd in the high pastures of Kyrgyzstan, and it was recorded by a journalist who climbed 3 days to reach him, and who described, in a covering note, the experience of arriving at a camp at 4,000 meters and finding a man sitting by a fire with an ancient radio pressed to his ear, listening to something the journalist could not hear. I will read you Vasil's file now. The mountains talk. I have been listening to them for 50 years, and they talk. Not in words, in sounds. The sounds of rock and ice and water and wind. The sounds that the mountains make when the mountains are doing what the mountains do, which is changing, slowly, constantly. The rock cracking in the frost, the ice advancing and retreating, the water carving its channels deeper into the stone, the wind moving through the passes with a sound that is different in every pass, because every pass has a different shape, and the shape determines the sound, the way the shape of a flute determines the note. My name is Vasil. I keep sheep. I have kept sheep in these mountains since I was 23, which is 50 years. And in those 50 years, I have been alone with the sheep for approximately 6 months of every year. The warm months, May to October, when the high pastures are open and the grass grows, and the sheep eat, and the shepherd watches, and the mountains talk. I know the mountains by their sounds. I know the pass to the north by the whistle it makes when the wind is from the west. I know the glacier above the third pasture by the crack it makes in August when the afternoon sun reaches the angle that stresses the ice. I know the river below the camp by the way it changes its pitch when the snowmelt increases in June, the pitch rising as the volume rises, the way a voice rises when the speaker has more to say. These are not secrets. Any shepherd who has spent enough time in these mountains knows them. The mountains are not hiding anything. The mountains are speaking openly, constantly, to anyone who stays long enough to learn the language. The radio came to me from my father, who received it from a Soviet agricultural advisor in 1963. It is a Vostok model, made in Saratov, a transistor radio the size of a large book, with a leather case that has been repaired so many times that the repairs are the case, the original leather surviving only in patches between the stitched sections of canvas and cord. The dial is marked in kilocycles, a unit of measurement that the world stopped using before I was born. The speaker has been replaced twice. The batteries, which are a size no longer manufactured, I have for many years replaced with wired connections to a small solar panel that a climber gave me in exchange for a night's shelter. The radio works. It has always worked. My father said it would never stop working because Soviet radios were built by people who understood that a radio was not a luxury, but a connection. And a connection built for people in remote places must be built to last, because the remoteness does not permit the easy replacement that a city dweller takes for granted. I listen to the radio at night. After the sheep are settled and the fire is built and the tea is made, and the mountains have gone from their daytime sounds to their nighttime sounds, which are different, the night sounds being quieter and deeper and more intimate, the mountains whispering what they shouted during the day. I listen to what comes in on the shortwaves, the distant stations, the music from Bishkek, the news from Moscow, the faint signals from China and India,
that arrive over the ranges as whispers in the static, barely audible, the distance turning voices into ghosts of voices. And between the stations, in the static, in the spaces where no signal is broadcast, and where the shortwave band holds nothing but the sound of the distance itself, I hear the mountains. I need to say this carefully, because I do not want to be misunderstood. I am not saying I hear the mountains the way I hear them with my ears, the wind in the passes and the crack of the ice. I am saying I hear the mountains through the radio, in the static, as sounds that the radio picks up and delivers to me through the speaker. Sounds that are not broadcast by any station and that are not the ambient noise of the atmosphere, but that are, specifically, the sounds of this place, these mountains, these passes and glaciers and rivers, reproduced in the static with a fidelity that I can verify because I know what these mountains sound like. I have been listening to them for 50 years with my own ears, and the sounds in the radio are the same sounds. The same whistle in the North Pass, the same crack of the glacier, the same pitch of the river, coming through the speaker as though the radio were pointed not at the sky, but at the ground, not at the broadcast towers of distant cities, but at the rock and ice beneath my feet. The sounds come before the events. This is the thing I did not understand at first, and that took me several seasons to confirm, and that I am now certain of. Certain in the way that a man who has verified a fact against the world for 20 years is certain, which is the most certain a man can be. The crack of the glacier, heard through the radio at 9 in the evening, precedes the actual crack by approximately 40 hours. The change in the river's pitch, heard through the radio on a Tuesday night, precedes the change in the actual river by 20 to 50 hours. The sound of a rockfall, which is a sound I know very well, because rockfalls in these mountains are a danger to the sheep, and I have learned every variety of the sound, the small fall and the large fall, and the fall that triggers other falls, heard through the radio, precedes the actual rockfall by 30 to 70 hours. The radio hears the mountain before the mountain happens. I have used this. I want to be plain about it, because the use is the point, and the point is practical. I move the sheep based on what the radio tells me. When the radio plays the sound of a rock fall on the slope above the second pasture, I move the sheep off the second pasture. When the radio plays the sound of the river in flood, I move the sheep to higher ground. When the radio plays the crack of the glacier in the pattern that means a large section is going to calve, I keep the sheep away from the valley below the glacier. I have been doing this for 20 years, and I have not lost a sheep to a rockfall or a flood or a glacial event in that time. Not one. In 50 years of shepherding, the last 20 have been the safest. And the safety is not because the mountains have become safer. The mountains are the same. The safety is because I have been warned. The radio has no batteries. I mentioned the solar panel, and the solar panel works, and the radio plays when the panel is in the sun. But the radio also plays at night, when the panel is not in the sun, when there is no power source I can identify, when the radio should be dead and is not dead, should be silent and is not silent. The speaker producing the sounds of the mountains in the dark, the sounds that will become events in 30 to 70 hours, the advance warning that has kept my sheep alive and my pastures safe for 20 years. I do not understand this. I do not need to understand it. A shepherd does not need to understand the grass to know it feeds the sheep. A shepherd needs to observe and to act on the observation, and to trust the observation when the observation has proved itself, and the radio has proved itself. 20 years, not one sheep lost. The observation is proved. The journalist who came to my camp asked me to explain it, and I told him what I will tell you. The mountains talk. They have always talked. The wind in the passes, and the crack of the ice, and the pitch of the river. These are the mountains talking, telling whoever listens what is happening and what is going to happen.
Because the mountains know. Because the mountains are the event before the event occurs, the rockfall beginning in the stress of the stone, days before the stone breaks. The flood beginning in the snowmelt, miles upriver before the water arrives. The glacier calving in the deformation of the ice, hours before the ice fractures. The mountains know what is coming, because the mountains are what is coming. And the sounds they make are the sounds of the coming. And the radio picks up these sounds, because the radio is a receiver, and the mountains are a transmitter, and the frequency is the frequency of the earth itself. The deep vibration of rock under stress, ice under change, water under gravity. The frequency that a Soviet transistor radio made in Saratov in the 1960s was never designed to receive, but receives anyway. Because the frequency is there, and the receiver is there, and the mountain does not care what the receiver was designed for. The mountain broadcasts on whatever frequency the mountain broadcasts on, and if the receiver can hear it, the receiver hears it. The flock. I want to describe the flock because the flock is what Vasil keeps, and the keeping is the whole of his life and the whole of his account. 600 sheep. This is the number Vasil gives, the number that has varied over 50 years, from as few as 400 to as many as 700. The number depending on the lambing season and the market, and the losses. The losses being the thing that the radio has reduced to zero over the last 20 years. The losses from rockfalls and floods and glacial events being the losses that the radio's predictions have eliminated. The radio hearing the mountain's intentions, and Vasil moving the sheep before the intentions become events. 600 sheep on a mountainside at 4,000 meters. Each one an individual, each one with its own temperament and its own face and its own particular way of moving through the grass. And Vasil knowing each one, not by name, because naming 600 sheep would be a project that would exceed the naming capacity of any language, but by sight, by the particular markings and the particular carriage and the particular quality of attention that each animal has. The quality of its looking, which is as individual in sheep as it is in people. Each sheep looking at the world in its own way, some looking with curiosity, and some with suspicion, and some with the particular blankness that people mistake for stupidity, but that Vasil reads as contentment. The sheep that looks at nothing, being the sheep that is content with everything. He has kept these sheep for 50 years. The keeping is the work, and the work is the life. And the life is conducted at 4,000 meters in the Tian Shan for 6 months of every year, alone, with the flock and the mountains and the radio, and the particular quality of solitude that a shepherd at altitude produces. The solitude of a man whose nearest neighbor is a peak, and whose nearest conversation is the wind in the pass, and whose nearest music is the bell on the lead yew. The radio changed the keeping. The radio added a dimension to the keeping that the keeping had not previously had, the dimension of anticipation. The ability to know what the mountain was going to do before the mountain did it. The ability to move the flock away from danger before the danger arrived. This is the most practical thing in tonight's collection, the most directly useful. The shepherd's life being a life in which the practical is not a category of value, but the only category. The flock surviving or not surviving, the practical being the difference between the two. 20 years. Not one sheep lost. The radio playing the sounds of mountains that have not yet happened. The shepherd listening. The flock moving to safer ground. The safer ground being safe. The safety being the proof. And the proof being enough. Enough for Vasil. Enough for the flock. Enough for the mountains that talk to whoever stays long enough to listen. I am 73. The sheep are healthy. The radio plays. The mountains talk. And a shepherd who listens is a shepherd whose flock survives. And the surviving is enough. And the enough is the whole of what I know. That is where Vasil's file ends. The mountains of Kyrgyzstan deserve their own description, because the mountains are Vasil's world, and the world determines the account. The Tian Shan, the Celestial Mountains, are among the highest and most remote mountain ranges on Earth. They stretch from Uzbekistan through Kyrgyzstan into western China, and their high pastures, the Jailus, are the summer grazing grounds that the Kyrgyz people have used for their livestock for thousands of years, moving the herds up in May when the snow melts and the grass grows, and down in October when the snow returns and the grass dies. This vertical migration, the seasonal movement between the valleys and the heights, is the fundamental rhythm of pastoral life in Central Asia, the rhythm that determines everything else, the schedule and the diet and the social structure, and the particular quality of solitude that a shepherd experiences when he is alone with his flock at 4,000 meters for 6 months of the year. Vasil has been making this migration for 50 years. He knows the trails the way Arthur knew his lamplighting route, by body rather than by map. The feet finding the paths that the feet have found 1,000 times before. The paths that are not marked on any chart, because the paths are in the grass and the rock, and the particular way the terrain folds itself around the drainage. And the folding is the path, and the path is in the body. At 4,000 meters, the air is thin enough that a man from sea level would feel it immediately. The breathing slightly labored, the heart slightly faster, the body adjusting to the reduced oxygen with the urgency of an organism that has detected a deficit. Vasil does not feel it. His body has been at this altitude for 6 months of every year for 50 years, and the adjustment is not an adjustment, but a homecoming. The body returning to the altitude it knows, the blood carrying the extra hemoglobin that altitude produces, the lungs expanding to their mountain capacity, the body becoming its high-altitude version, which is, for Vasil, its truest version, the version that the valley version is a diminishment of. At this altitude, the sky is closer, not metaphorically. The atmosphere above 4,000 meters is thinner, and the thinness changes the quality of the light, and the quality of the dark, and the quality of the stars, which, at this altitude, are not the punctured curtain of a sea-level sky, but the deep field of a sky seen through less atmosphere. More stars visible, the fainter stars coming through. The Milky Way, not a suggestion, but a structure. A river of light with visible banks and visible current. The galaxy seen not as a decoration, but as a thing. A physical thing that you are inside of, that you are part of. And the being part of is visible at 4,000 meters in a way that it is not visible at sea level. Vasil's radio plays the sounds of the mountains. The mountains talk, he says, and the talking is the sounds of rock and ice and water and wind. The sounds that the mountains make as they change, slowly. The rock cracking, the ice advancing and retreating, the water carving. These sounds are below the threshold of ordinary hearing, at the frequencies the mountains produce them at. The frequencies of geology, of processes that happen over hours and days rather than seconds. The low rumble of a rockfall beginning to prepare itself in the stress patterns of the stone. The low groan of a glacier adjusting its position by a centimeter. The low shift of a river changing its course by a meter. The radio hears these sounds. The radio, the Vostok transistor made in Saratov, with its repaired leather case and its replaced speaker and its solar panel from a passing climber, receives these frequencies and converts them into sound that Vasil can hear through the speaker. The geological frequencies translated into audible frequencies. The mountain's slow speech speeded up into something a human ear can process. And the speech is predictive. The stress in the stone that will become a rockfall in 40 hours is audible in the radio now. The shift in the ice that will become a carving event in 60 hours
is audible now. The radio is not predicting the future. The radio is hearing the present. The deep present. The geological present that operates on a timescale too slow for human ears, but not too slow for the radio. And the deep present contains, in its current conditions, the near future, the way a wound-up spring contains the motion it will produce when released. Vasil hears the spring winding. He moves the sheep. The sheep survive. The survival is the proof. 20 years, not one sheep lost. The journalist's covering note adds one detail that Vasil did not mention, perhaps because it was too obvious to him to be worth mentioning. The radio, he writes, the Vostok model with its repaired leather case and its replaced speaker, was warm to the touch when he held it. Not the warmth of a device that has been recently operated, the warmth of electronics with current flowing through them. A different warmth. The warmth of something alive, he writes, and then crosses the word out and writes instead, the warmth of something inhabited. And then crosses that out too, and writes nothing. The journalist having reached the edge of what his professional vocabulary could accommodate. The edge beyond which there is only the experience itself. The warm radio in the hand at 4,000 meters in the Kyrgyz mountains, playing the sounds of rock and ice and water. The sounds of the world that is coming. The sounds of the warning. The sounds of the mountains talking to whoever stays long enough to listen. The Vostok radio. I want to give it its own description, because the radio is the instrument, and the instrument is remarkable. And the remarkableness is not in the instrument itself, but in what the instrument has become over 50 years of use in the mountains. A Vostok transistor radio from the 1960s is a product of Soviet consumer electronics, which is a phrase that carries a specific set of associations. Heavy, durable, ugly, functional, built to work rather than to please. The engineering prioritizing reliability over elegance, because the people who would use the radio would be using it in conditions where elegance is irrelevant, and reliability is the difference between information and isolation. Vasil's Vostok has been in use for over 60 years. The leather case has been repaired so many times that the repairs constitute the case, the original leather surviving only in patches between the stitched sections of canvas and cord, and what appears, from the journalist's description, to be a piece of goat skin. The speaker has been replaced twice, the original paper cone having deteriorated in the humidity and the cold, and been replaced with a cone salvaged from another radio, and then replaced again with a cone that Vasil made himself from treated hide. The hide being the material he had available, and the treated hide being, he discovered, an adequate speaker cone for the purpose. The sound slightly different from a paper cone, warmer, more resonant. The hide adding something of itself to the sound, the way the wood of a violin adds something of itself to the sound of the strings. The dial is marked in kilocycles. The tuning knob is worn smooth by 60 years of fingers, the ridging that originally provided grip having been polished away by use until the knob is as smooth as a river stone. The smoothness being a record of every tuning adjustment that Vasil and his father made over 6 decades. Each adjustment contributing a microscopic amount of friction that removed a microscopic amount of the ridging until the sum of all the adjustments was a perfectly smooth surface. The radio is warm. The journalist notes this twice, once when he first picks it up and once when he hands it back, the warmth persisting. The warmth not explained by electronics or by sunlight, the warmth being a quality of the radio itself. The radio holding a temperature that is slightly above the ambient temperature, as though the radio were metabolizing, as though the 60 years of use had produced in the machine a quality that machines are not supposed to possess, which is the quality of being inhabited. I do not know what inhabits the radio. Vasil does not speculate. The journalist speculates and then crosses it out. The professional vocabulary insufficient, the edge of description reached. What I know is that the radio plays the sounds of mountains that have not yet happened, and that the playing is accurate, and that the accuracy has kept a flock alive for 20 years, and that the radio is warm to the touch, and that the warmth does not have a source in the conventional sense, and that the radio does not need batteries, and that all of these facts together suggest something that I do not have a word for, and that the archive does not have a category for, but that I hold anyway, in a folder, on a shelf. Because holding things that do not have categories is what the archive is for. There is one more file for this half of the night. It sits at the corner of the desk, and it has been sitting there since I began, waiting. And the waiting has the quality that all the files from the edge of the map have, the quality of patience, the patience of things that have come a long way and are in no hurry to arrive. The file came from Siberia, from coordinates that, when I looked them up, pointed to a location in the taiga, approximately 1,000 kilometers from the nearest city. No road, no rail, no settlement within 100 kilometers. A dot on the map in the middle of the largest forest on Earth. And at that dot, a meteorological post. And at that post, a woman named Zoya Petrovna, who stayed when the funding stopped and who continued to count the weather, because the weather, she said, deserved to be counted. And because the forest, which was her only neighbor, was a more attentive reader of her reports than any bureau had ever been. I want to say one thing about the edge of the map before we move to the second half of tonight's files, because the edge is the theme, and the theme deserves a statement. The edge of the map is where the map maker's knowledge runs out. In the old maps, the ones made before the age of satellite imagery and global positioning, the edge was marked with white space, with the words terra incognita, with illustrations of sea monsters and dragons, the cartographer's way of saying, beyond this point, I do not know. And the not knowing is represented by emptiness or by imagination, which are the two things the mind produces when confronted with the unknown. The files I have been reading tonight come from the terra incognita, from the places where the map maker's knowledge runs out, and where the people who live there have developed a different kind of knowledge. A knowledge that is not cartographic, not reducible to lines and measurements, and the confident asserting of positions on a grid. Sonia's knowledge of the library's moods. Callum's knowledge of the horn's anticipations. Amara's knowledge of the island that is visible one night a year. Vassal's knowledge of the radio's warnings. These are forms of knowledge that do not fit on a map because they are not about positions, but about relationships. Not about where things are, but about how things behave. Not about the fixed and the permanent, but about the changing and the intermittent, the sometimes there and the sometimes not. The edge of the map is not the edge of the world. The map ends, but the world does not end. Beyond the map's edge, the world continues, full of things the map does not know about, things that are real and significant, and that the people who live at the edge have learned to know through means that the map does not recognize. The library that rearranges itself, the horn that predicts the fog, the island that appears and disappears. The radio that plays the sounds of mountains that have not yet happened. These are things the map cannot hold, but they are real, and the people who live with them are real, and the knowledge they have developed through years of proximity and attention is real. And the realness is what the archive holds. The realness that the map cannot hold. The things that exist at the edge, in the white space, in the terra incognita, where the dragons were supposed to be, and where instead there are people, alone, attending to the ordinary, with an attention so sustained and so faithful that the ordinary reveals its other side, the side that the map never shows, because the map does not have the vocabulary for it. The edge is not the end. The edge is where the interesting things begin.
The edge is where the known runs out and the unknown picks up. And the unknown is not empty and not frightening, but full of things that have been waiting for someone to arrive and pay attention and write them down.
The files from the edge of the map, the voices from the terra incognita. They are here, in the archive, on the desk, in the lamplight. And they have things to tell you that the center does not know. Her letter begins. I will tell you about the forest first, because the forest is who I am writing for. I will read her file next. I will tell you about the forest first, because the forest is who I am writing for. The taiga is not a forest the way a park is a forest, or a woodlot is a forest. The taiga is a continent of trees. It begins where the steppes end, and it continues north for 1,000 kilometers until the trees can no longer tolerate the cold and the permafrost, and they give way to the tundra. And it stretches east and west for distances that have no meaning at the human scale. Distances measured in time zones rather than kilometers. And the trees in it, the larch and the spruce and the birch, stand in their millions and their billions. Each one identical from a distance, and each one unique from close up. The way people are identical from a distance and unique from close up. And the forest holds them all without distinguishing, the way a nation holds its citizens, with an indifference that is not cruelty, but scale. My name is Zoya Petrovna Kirillova. I am 62 years old, and I have been at this meteorological post for 26 years, the first 6 of which were paid, and the last 20 of which have not been, because the funding was cut in 1995, and the Bureau sent a letter saying the post was decommissioned and I should return to the regional office for reassignment. And I did not return, and I was not reassigned, and I have been here since, keeping the observations, because the observations deserve to be kept. The post is a cabin and a clearing. The cabin is log-built, the logs cut from the trees that stood where the clearing now stands. The same trees that became the walls being the trees that no longer shade the ground. The cabin made of the forest, and set in the forest, and surrounded by the forest on all sides. The edge of the trees 20 meters from the door in every direction. The clearing being a circle of sky in a world that is otherwise canopy. A hole in the green through which the weather descends, and through which my instruments look up. The instruments are the standard meteorological set: thermometer, barometer, rain gauge, wind vane, anemometer. The sensors on their poles and mounts in the clearing, the readouts in the cabin, the log on the desk beside the window. I read the instruments 4 times a day: 6, 12, 18, and midnight. I have done this every day for 26 years, which is 37,960 observations, approximately, not accounting for the days I was ill, which were 7 in 26 years, influenza twice, and a broken wrist once from falling on the ice. And on those 7 days, I read the instruments from the cabin window rather than going out to them, which is not standard procedure, but which is better than no observation. And I noted the deviation in the log. I'm telling you the numbers because the numbers are who I am. I am a counter. I count the weather the way Elias counted the weather, because the counting is the work, and the work is the structure, and the structure is what holds me in the place where the place requires holding. Without the 4 observations a day, I would be a woman alone in a cabin in the taiga, which is the description that fits many women in many cabins across Siberia. Women who drink, or who lose their minds, or who walk into the forest and do not walk back. With the 4 observations a day, I am a meteorologist, which is a different thing, a thing with purpose and schedule, in the particular dignity of a person who does a job that the world needs done, even when the world has stopped paying for it.
The forest noticed me. I want to say this plainly because it is the center of everything I'm about to tell you, and because the plainness is important. The forest noticed me, the way you notice a person who has been in a room with you for a long time without speaking. The noticing coming not as a single moment of awareness, but as a gradual recognition, the kind that accumulates over years of proximity, the kind that is not dramatic, but is real. As real as the observation I take at 6 in the morning, and as real as the number I write in the log. I noticed the forest noticing me in the 7th year, the first year after the funding stopped, the year I decided to stay. The deciding changed something, or the deciding revealed something that had been there before the deciding, but that the uncertainty of the previous years had concealed. When I was a paid employee of the Bureau, I was a person passing through, a person who might be reassigned, a person whose presence at this post was contingent on the decisions of administrators in a city 1,000 kilometers away. When I stopped being a paid employee and became simply a woman who stayed, the contingency ended, and the forest, I believe, registered the ending. The trees closest to the clearing began to grow faster. I noticed this in the 8th year, when the canopy on the south side of the clearing had visibly advanced, the branches reaching further into the open space than they had been reaching in my first years, the trees growing toward the clearing rather than away from it, toward the light rather than the light, which would be the normal growth pattern, toward the clearing specifically, toward the instruments and the cabin, and the woman who lived in the cabin. I measured. I am a counter, and I can't, and I measured the extension of the branches over the clearing, marking positions on the ground and measuring annually, the way I measure everything, with the patience of a person who has time and the precision of a person who has training. The branches on the trees closest to the clearing were extending approximately 15 centimeters per year into the clearing. The branches on the trees 20 meters back, the same species, the same age, were extending approximately 8 centimeters per year. The trees near the clearing were growing nearly twice as fast toward the clearing as the trees further away were growing in any direction. I cut cores. This is a thing a forester does, drilling a small cylindrical sample from the trunk to read the growth rings, each ring a year, the width of the ring indicating the growth rate of that year. The cores from the trees closest to the clearing showed a widening of the rings beginning in the 7th year of my posting, the year the funding stopped, the year I decided to stay. Before the 7th year, the rings were consistent with the trees further away. After the 7th year, they were wider, the growth accelerated, the trees nearest to me growing faster than the trees away from me. I did not publish this data. I could not publish this data because I am no longer affiliated with the Bureau, and because the data, without a peer-reviewed methodology and a controlled comparison, would not meet the standards of any journal. But the data is in my log, and the log is honest, and the measurements are measurements, taken by a trained observer with calibrated instruments, and the measurements say, the trees nearest to this post began to grow faster in the year the observer decided to stay. The taiga itself. I want to give you the taiga because Zoya lives inside it, and the inside is different from any description you have read in a geography book. The taiga is the largest forest on Earth. It covers more of the planet's surface than any other single biome, stretching across the top of the world in a band that is hundreds of kilometers wide and thousands of kilometers long, from Scandinavia, through Russia, through Alaska, through Canada. A continuous belt of conifers, larch and spruce and pine, unbroken except where rivers cut through it, and where, increasingly, roads and pipelines, and the particular human urgency of extraction have opened gaps. Zoya's section of the taiga has no gaps. No roads, no pipelines, no extraction. The nearest human modification of the landscape is 100 kilometers away, and the 100 kilometers between that modification and Zoya's clearing is forest, unbroken,
the trees standing in their millions, each one doing what trees do, which is growing and standing, and converting sunlight into wood, and converting carbon dioxide into oxygen, and dropping needles on the ground, and the needles decomposing into soil, and the soil feeding the next generation of trees. The cycle running continuously, silently, at the speed of wood, which is the slowest speed there is, except the speed of stone. The sound of the tiger is the sound of this cycle. Not silent, never silent. The forest producing a continuous, low-level sound that is the aggregate of millions of individual sounds. The wind in the needles, and the branches creaking, and the birds calling, and the insects humming, and the water running in the streams, and the sap moving in the trunks. Each sound quiet, each sound contributing to a collective sound that is not loud, but is present, always present. The way the hum of a city is always present to someone who lives in a city. The background against which everything else happens. Zoya has been listening to this sound for 26 years. She knows it the way Callum knows the sound of his rock, by long familiarity, by the body's absorption of a sound that has been continuous long enough to become internal. The ears no longer hearing it as a sound from outside, but as a quality of the inside. The forest's hum becoming part of Zoya's own acoustic environment. The way your heartbeat is part of your acoustic environment. Not heard because it is always heard. Not noticed because it is always noticed. When the forest changed its sound in response to her speaking, Zoya heard the change the way you would hear a change in your heartbeat. Not as a dramatic event, but as a subtle shift in a quality you know so well that any deviation from the baseline registers immediately. The body alerting the mind before the mind has identified what has changed. The clearing became attentive. This is Zoya's phrase, and I want to give it its full weight. The clearing, which had been producing its version of the tiger's collective sound for 26 years, changed its quality when Zoya began speaking the weather observations aloud. The change was not a sound, it was a quality of sound, the particular acoustic signature of a space in which something is listening, the way a concert hall sounds different when it is full than when it is empty, the presence of the listeners changing the acoustics of the room, the sound bouncing differently off bodies than off empty seats. Zoya's clearing, when she spoke the observations into it, developed the acoustic quality of a full concert hall. Something was listening. The something was the forest, or was in the forest, or was the forest's way of listening, and the listening changed the sound, and the changed sound was what Zoya heard, and the hearing was the beginning of the conversation. The birds came next. Not came, exactly, because the birds had always been here, the tiger holding its population of woodpeckers and crossbills and nutcrackers, and the great grey owls that I hear at night. The owl call being one of the sounds I have listed in my personal catalogue of sounds, the way a city person might list the sounds of their neighbourhood, each one identified and named, and given its place in the acoustic architecture of the clearing. The birds did not come. They rearranged. In the 9th year, I noticed that the birds that perched on the instrument poles were perching in specific positions. The crossbill that sat on the wind vane sat always on the side that did not interfere with the vane's rotation. The woodpecker that visited the rain gauge mounting never pecked at the mounting itself, only at the tree beside it. The owl that sometimes landed on the anemometer pole landed always on the crossbar below the cups, never on the cups themselves, leaving the cups free to rotate in the wind. The birds were not disturbing my instrument. I want to be precise about this because the precision matters. In 26 years of observations, I have never once had to discard or qualify a measurement because of bird interference with the instruments. The birds use the poles and the mountings as perches, as any birds would use any vertical structures in a clearing.
but they use them in a way that does not affect the readings. The crossbill sits on the wind vane without blocking it. The owl sits below the anemometer without touching it. The woodpecker drums on the tree beside the rain gauge, not on the rain gauge. This could be coincidence. It could be that the positions the birds choose are simply the most comfortable positions, and that the most comfortable positions happen to be the positions that do not interfere with the instruments. I cannot prove otherwise. I can only say that I have been observing birds on these poles for 26 years, and that the pattern is consistent, and that the consistency exceeds what I would expect from coincidence, and that the log holds the observations, and the observations are observations. The wolves came in the 11th year, a pack that ranges through this section of the taiga. 7 animals when I first encountered them, now 5. The pack changing in the way wolf packs change, members lost and gained. The pack persisting through the changes, the way a river persists through its changes. The water different, but the river the same. I have encountered the pack many times over the years, on the trails between my post and the river where I draw water, on the ridgeline above the clearing where I sometimes walk in the evening to see the sky without the canopy. The wolves do not approach the clearing. This is the observation I want to record most carefully, because it is the observation that changed my understanding of my relationship to the forest. The wolves range through the taiga freely, covering distances of 30 or 40 kilometers in a day, and their range includes the area around my clearing. I found their tracks on all sides, but the tracks never enter the clearing. They approach to a distance of approximately 50 meters, and then they curve, following a path that takes them around the clearing rather than through it, the path describing a near-perfect circle, as though the clearing has a boundary that the wolves recognize and respect. The wolves. I want to give the wolves their own moment, because the wolves' behavior is the most precisely documented of all the forest's responses, and because the precision tells us something about the quality of the relationship. A wolf pack in the Siberian taiga ranges over an area of several hundred square kilometers. The range is not random. The pack follows the prey, the deer and the elk and the hare, and the prey follows the food, the browsing and the forage, and the food follows the seasons, and the seasons follow the sun. The entire system connected, each element responding to the elements around it. The pack's movement being the outermost expression of a chain of responses that begins with the angle of sunlight on the forest floor. Zoya's pack, the 5 wolves that range through her section of the taiga, include her clearing in their range. Their tracks appear on all sides of the clearing, in the snow in winter and in the mud in spring. The prints telling Zoya where the pack has been and how many wolves were present and what they were doing, hunting or traveling or resting. She has been reading these tracks for 20 years, and she knows the pack the way she knows the other elements of her environment, by observation and by the accumulated knowledge that observation produces. The tracks never enter the clearing. In 20 years of tracking, in 20 winters of snow that holds a print with the precision of a plaster cast, the tracks approach to 50 meters and then curve. The curve is smooth, the wolves not stopping or hesitating, but simply following a path that goes around rather than through. The path being as natural as any other path in the forest, the wolves not deviating from their course, but including the deviation in their course. The around the clearing being part of how they move through this section of the taiga, a feature of their landscape as permanent as a ridge or a river. 50 meters. Zoya measured it. She went out in the snow, and she followed the tracks, and she measured the distance from the center of the clearing to the point where the tracks began to curve. And the distance was consistent. 50 meters from the cabin, 50 meters from the place where she lives and works, and counts the weather, and speaks to the forest. The circle is not a fence. The wolves are not afraid. Wolves that are afraid do not approach to 50 meters. Wolves that are afraid avoid the area entirely, their tracks appearing miles away, the fear producing not a curve, but an absence. These wolves approach. They come close. They come to exactly the boundary, and they follow it. The boundary being a thing they recognize and respect, the way they recognize and respect the boundaries of other wolves' territories, by scent and by sign, and by the particular quality of a space that is occupied, that belongs to someone, that is being kept. Zoya's clearing is being kept. The wolves know this. The forest knows this. The birds know this. The trees know this. And the knowing has produced around the clearing a quality that the wolves register as territory, as a kept space, as a place that belongs to someone, and that the protocol of the forest requires them to go around rather than through. Zoya is the keeper. The clearing is the kept. And the circle that the wolves draw around her, 50 meters, smooth, unbroken, season after season, is the forest's acknowledgement of the keeping. The forest saying, this space is occupied, this space is tended, this space has a keeper, and the keeper's keeping is recognized, and the recognition is the circle, and the circle holds. I followed the tracks one winter morning when the snow was fresh and the prints were clear. The circle was consistent. 50 meters from the center of the clearing, which is approximately where the cabin stands, the tracks curved. Not sharply, not as though the wolves had encountered a barrier. Smoothly, as though the curve were the natural path, the path they always took, the path that went around rather than through, the clearing being a thing they walked around, the way you walk around a garden or a churchyard. Not because you are afraid of what is inside, but because what is inside is not yours to walk through. I began to speak to the forest. I want to be honest about when this began and why, because the honesty is the only thing I have to offer. It began in the 12th year, in the winter, in the particular quality of solitude that the 12th winter of a life alone in the taiga produces, which is a quality I will not try to describe, except to say that it is complete, that the solitude by the 12th winter has become the dominant medium of your life, the way water is the dominant medium of a fish's life, and that you do not notice it anymore. You simply breathe it, and the breathing is natural, and the natural thing, after 12 years, is to speak, because the speaking is part of the breathing. And a woman who does not speak for 6 months at a time, which is the interval between the helicopter visits that bring my supplies, is a woman who is saving her voice for something. And the something, I discovered, was the forest. I told the forest the weather. This was the natural thing to tell, because the weather was what I counted, and the counting was what I did, and the doing was who I was. After each observation, I stood at the edge of the clearing, and I read the numbers aloud. Temperature, -27. Pressure, 1019 and falling. Wind, north at 12 kilometers per hour. Cloud cover, overcast. Precipitation, light snow. I read the numbers to the trees the way you read a letter to a friend, as a sharing, as a gift of information, as the particular act of generosity that consists of telling someone what you know, because the telling is a form of connection, and the connection is what you need. The forest listened. I cannot prove this. I can only say that the quality of the clearing changed after I began speaking. The sound changed. The particular acoustic quality of the clearing, which I know the way I know every other quality of this place, shifted, became, and I am choosing this word carefully, attentive. The clearing became attentive. The way a room becomes attentive when someone in it starts speaking and the other people in the room stop what they are doing and listen. And then the forest began to answer. I will describe the first answer, because the first answer is the one I am most certain of, the one that has the least room for alternative explanation, the one that I would offer if I were standing in front of a tribunal of scientists and needed to present my strongest evidence. On a morning in March of the 13th year, after I had read the morning observation to the clearing, temperature -19, pressure 1022 and rising, wind calm, sky clear. I looked up from the log and noticed that the branches of the trees on the south side of the clearing had moved. Not in the wind, because there was no wind. The branches had repositioned, shifted upward and outward, the lower branches lifting and the upper branches spreading in a way that opened a gap in the canopy on the south side, a gap approximately 2 meters wide, through which I could see, for the first time since the trees had begun their accelerated growth in the 7th year, the horizon to the south. The trees had opened a window for me, a window through which I could see the sky and the horizon in the direction from which the weather usually arrives, the south being the direction of the warm fronts and the precipitation systems that provide most of this region's weather. The trees had heard my observation, which included the notation, clear sky, and they had opened the canopy so that I could see the sky I was reporting on. This is the moment I stopped trying to explain what was happening and started trying to participate in it. The distinction is important because the distinction is the whole of my remaining account. Explaining is the thing a scientist does. Participating is the thing a person does when they have been alone in a forest for 13 years, and the forest has opened a window for them, and they understand, in the particular way that understanding comes when it has been arriving for years and finally reaches the surface, that the relationship they are in is not a scientific relationship, but a personal one. And the personal relationship does not need explaining, it needs tending. I want to describe the moment Zoya began speaking to the forest, because the moment is the turning point, and the turning point deserves to be fully rendered. It was winter, the 12th winter. The temperature was -34. The cabin was heated by the stove to a temperature that was bearable rather than comfortable. The wood burning in the iron box with the particular sound of wood burning in extreme cold. The combustion more urgent. The fire consuming the fuel with a hunger that mirrors the cold's hunger for heat. Outside the window, the tiger was white, the trees carrying their snow load in the particular way that larch and spruce carry snow. The branches bending under it, the weight of the snow changing the shape of the trees from pointed to rounded. The forest in winter being a different forest from the forest in summer. A softer forest, a padded forest, the sharp edges of the branches buried under the white weight. Zoya had been alone for 12 years. She had spoken to no one except the helicopter pilot for 12 years, and the helicopter pilot came twice a year, and the conversations were brief and practical. The logistics of supply, the condition of the landing area, the state of her health, the conversations of two people who have no relationship except the exchange of goods and information, and who conduct the exchange with the efficiency that the cold requires. Because standing in -30 talking is not comfortable, and the helicopter cannot wait. In the 12 years she had spoken to the instruments. This is something she mentions in her letter without dwelling on it, the way people mention habits that they do not think are unusual because they have been doing them for long enough that the doing has become transparent. She spoke to the thermometer when she read it. -27 today, cold but not the coldest. She spoke to the barometer, 1019 and falling, storm coming perhaps. She spoke to the wind vane, north again, always north in January. These were not conversations, they were annotations, the verbal equivalent of the notations she made in the log, the voice doing what the pen did, recording the data, the recording being the work being the structure. But in the 12th winter, she began to speak to the forest, not to the instruments in the forest, to the forest itself, to the trees at the edge of the clearing, the larch and the spruce in their snow loads, the branches bending under the white weight, the trunks standing in the cold with the patience that trees have, the patience of organisms that do not move and do not complain, and do not require anything from anyone, except the sunlight and the water and the soil, which the forest provides to itself, the forest being its own support system, each tree contributing to the conditions that all the trees require.
She stood at the edge of the clearing in -34, and she read the morning observation aloud. Temperature, -34. Pressure, 1025 and steady. Wind, calm. Sky, clear. Precipitation, none. She read it to the trees, the way she read it to the instruments, as an annotation, as a recording, the voice doing what the pen did. But the direction of the voice was different. The voice was directed outward, toward the trees, toward the forest, toward the thing that surrounded her and held her, and had been her only company for 12 years. The forest received the voice. Zoya describes this as a change in the quality of the clearing, the acoustic change I described earlier, the clearing becoming attentive. The trees did not move, the snow did not shift, the wind did not change. Nothing visible happened. But the quality of the air changed, the way the quality of a room changes when someone begins to listen, the attention of the listener changing the space, the listening adding something to the room that was not there before the listening began. The forest's answers. I want to catalogue them because Zoya mentions them in passing and the catalogue deserves to be full. The branches opening to reveal the horizon. This was the first answer, the one that changed Zoya's understanding. The trees on the south side lifting their lower branches and spreading their upper branches to create a gap in the canopy, through which Zoya could see the sky she was reporting on. The gap opened on a morning when Zoya had reported clear sky, and the gap was in the direction from which the weather usually arrives. And the gap remained open for the duration of the clear weather, and closed when the clouds came in, the trees adjusting their architecture to match the conditions Zoya was reporting, the canopy becoming a responsive surface rather than a fixed one. The windbreak in the storm. In a winter storm, with winds gusting above 70 kilometers per hour, the trees on the north side of the clearing, the side facing the wind, bent toward each other, their trunks curving, their branches interlocking, forming a wall of wood and needles that broke the wind before it reached the instrument shelter. The shelter being the most vulnerable structure in the clearing, the anemometer and the wind vane and the barometer all susceptible to damage from flying debris. The trees held this position for the duration of the storm, 3 days, and then straightened when the storm passed, returning to their normal posture, the bending having been a temporary measure, a response to a temporary threat. The forest deploying its structure in defense of the instruments, the way a person deploys their body in defense of something they are carrying. The undergrowth thickening around the rain gauge. In summer, ground-nesting insects had been building nests in the funnel of the rain gauge, clogging the collection mechanism and producing inaccurate readings. The insects came from the forest floor, crossing the clearing to reach the gauge, and in the 14th year, the undergrowth at the edge of the clearing, in the path between the forest floor and the gauge, thickened, the grass and the small plants growing denser and taller, producing a barrier that the insects could not easily cross. The barrier being not a wall, but a filter. The vegetation dense enough to discourage the insects without being dense enough to affect the airflow around the gauge, which would also affect the readings. Each answer was practical. Each answer addressed a specific need. Each answer demonstrated a knowledge of the instruments and their requirements that Zoya had not communicated explicitly, but that the forest had apparently acquired through years of proximity to the post and the work. The forest learning what the instruments needed, the way any attentive neighbor learns what their neighbor needs, through observation, through the accumulated understanding that comes from living close to someone for a long time. The forest is Zoya's colleague. The forest shares the watch. The forest holds the count. And the count
The 4 daily observations that Zoya speaks to the trees is the thing that keeps the relationship alive. The daily exchange that maintains the channel, the voice reporting, and the forest responding, and the responding producing the conditions for the next reporting. The circle running, the clearing widening, the instruments protected, the count held. From that morning, Zoya spoke to the forest 4 times a day, after each observation. She read the numbers, and then she spoke freely, the way Thomas spoke to his bees, reporting on the world, on her world, on the small events and the small feelings and the small concerns of a woman alone in the taiga in the 12th winter. And the forest listened, and the listening changed the forest, and the changed forest changed Zoya, and the changing was the conversation, and the conversation has continued for 14 years. I tended it. I spoke to the forest every day, 4 times a day, after each observation. I read the numbers, and then I added what the numbers did not contain. How I felt, what I had dreamed, what I had eaten, what I was reading, whether the owl had called in the night, whether the river was still frozen. I told the forest everything, the way Thomas Sellers told the bees everything, because the telling was the relationship, and the relationship was the reason I was still there. The forest answered, not every day, not in response to every telling, but often enough, consistently enough over the years, that the answering became part of the structure of my life at the post. One more thing that happened, one more thing I noted in the log, alongside the temperature and the pressure and the wind. The answers were physical, the branches moving to open or close the view, depending on what the observation required. The trees on the north side bending slightly in a winter storm to create a windbreak that protected the instrument shelter. The undergrowth at the edge of the clearing thickening in summer to form a barrier that kept the ground-nesting insects away from the rain gauge, which they had been clogging with their nests. Each answer was practical. Each answer was specific to the needs of the post and the work of the observer. Each answer was the forest doing what it could to support the thing I was doing, which was counting the weather, which was the thing the forest had been listening to for years and had apparently decided was worth supporting. I am a meteorologist. I was trained in the observation and recording of atmospheric phenomena, and I was not trained in the observation and recording of a forest's behavior toward its sole human resident, and I do not have the vocabulary or the methodology for what I am describing. What I have is the log, and the log holds 20 years of observations, and the observations include, alongside the temperature and the pressure and the wind, the notations I have been making since the 13th year about the movements of the branches and the behavior of the birds and the path of the wolves and the particular ways in which the forest around my clearing has been arranging itself, year by year, adjustment by adjustment, to accommodate the work I am doing and the person I am. I was a meteorologist for the Bureau. Now I am a meteorologist for the forest. The forest is a more attentive reader of my observations than any bureau ever was. The forest reads the numbers and adjusts itself accordingly, opening the canopy when the observation requires a clear view of the sky, closing it when the wind requires shelter, thickening the undergrowth when the insects require management. The forest is my colleague, the way whatever wrote in Elias Voss's log was his colleague. The forest shares the watch. The forest holds the count. The clearing growing. I want to stay with this because the growing is the most counterintuitive fact in Zoya's account, and the counterintuitiveness is the point. Trees grow toward light. This is one of the first facts of botany, the phototropic response, the tendency of plants to orient their growth toward the light source, the mechanism being hormonal, the auxins redistributing in response to the light gradient, the cells on the shaded side elongating faster than the cells on the lit side, the differential growth producing the bending toward the light that you see in any houseplant on a windowsill. The trees around Zoya's clearing should be growing into the clearing. The clearing is the light source. The opening in the canopy is where the sun enters the forest.
and the trees at the edge of the opening should be reaching toward the opening, their branches extending into the gap. The phototropic response drawing them toward the resource that the gap provides, the light. Instead, the trees are growing upward and outward. The clearing is expanding. The trees at the edge are adding height and lateral growth that takes them away from the clearing rather than into it. The branches reaching up and out rather than across. The gap widening rather than closing. The opening in the canopy getting larger year by year. More sky. More room for the instruments. More space for Zoya to stand and look up and speak the weather to the forest. The forest is making room. This is the fact that Zoya presents without explanation, because the fact does not have an explanation in the vocabulary she has available. The vocabulary of meteorology and botany, and the practical language of a woman who has lived alone in the taiga for 26 years. The trees are defying their phototropic response. The trees are growing away from the light rather than toward it. The trees are doing something that trees do not do, and the doing is consistent and sustained and has been going on for 19 years. Since the year Zoya decided to stay. Since the year the forest registered the ending of the contingency and began to respond to the permanence. The forest is making room for the keeper. The forest is widening the clearing, the way you widen a path that has become important. The way you expand a garden that has outgrown its borders. The way you add a room to a house when someone is staying. The staying produced the widening. The permanence produced the room. And the room, the expanding clearing with its instruments and its cabin and its keeper, is the forest's gift to the person who chose to stay when the funding stopped and the Bureau sent the letter, and the reasonable thing to do was leave. Zoya stayed. The forest made room. The room is still growing. I am writing this because a helicopter pilot named Andre, who brings my supplies twice a year, has agreed to carry this letter to wherever letters go when they leave the taiga. And because I want the record to exist outside my log, in a place where someone might read it who is not a tree. I will add one thing. The clearing has been growing, not shrinking as the accelerated growth of the trees might suggest. Growing. The trees are growing faster, but they are growing upward and outward, not inward. The clearing has expanded by approximately 3 meters in radius since the 7th year. The forest is giving me more sky, more room for the instruments. More space in which to stand and read the numbers and speak them to the trees. The forest is not encroaching on the post. The forest is making room for the post. The forest is widening the clearing the way you widen a path that has become important. A path that you want to remain passable. A path that you tend because the tending is the relationship, and the relationship is what matters. The clearing is wider now than when I arrived. The sky above it is larger. The instruments have more room, and I have more room, which is not the same thing as more space, because more room is a quality, and more space is a quantity. And the quality of the room the forest has given me is the quality of welcome, of a place that has been prepared for the person who occupies it, and the preparation is ongoing. And the preparing is the forest's way of saying what I think it has been saying since the 7th year, which is, stay. I stayed. That is where Zoya's letter ends. I hold her letter for a moment before setting it with the others. The paper smells of wood smoke and resin, the particular smell of a cabin heated by a stove that burns the same species of tree that the cabin is made of. The tree and the fire and the smoke and the paper, all part of the same system. The forest holding everything, the cabin and the woman and the letter and the numbers and the clearing and the sky. The next file came from water rather than trees, from an island rather than a continent of forest,
from a man whose relationship to the edge of the map was not about distance, but about time, about the tide that comes and goes and comes again. The oldest clock in the world. The clock that was ticking before there were clocks, before there were people to need clocks. The tide doing what the tide does, regardless of who is watching. And one man, on one island, who has been watching for 50 years. His name is Brendan Moriarty. He is the keeper of a tidal mill on an island off the west coast of Ireland, and his file begins. The sea has a memory. I know this because the sea has been remembering for me. I will read you his file now. The sea has a memory. I know this because the sea has been remembering for me, keeping the count that I kept for 50 years, and then, when I stopped keeping it still, in the pages of the journal I had already filled, the ink changing on the old pages to match the new tides, the past adjusting itself to the present with the quiet patience of a thing that has been doing this longer than anyone has been writing it down. My name is Brendan Moriarty. I am 77 years of age. I have lived on this island since I was born, which is 77 years, and my father lived here before me, and his father, and the mill has been on this shore for longer than any Moriarty has been on the island, the mill being older than the family, the mill being, perhaps, the reason the family came. Because a tidal mill needs a keeper, and a keeper needs a home, and the island provided both. The mill works by the tide. At high water, the sea fills a reservoir behind a stone dam. At low water, the dam holds the water while the sea retreats, and the trapped water is released through a sluice that turns a wheel, and the wheel turns the stones, and the stones grind the grain, and the grain becomes flour, and the flour becomes bread, and the bread feeds whoever lives close enough to bring their grain to a mill on an island that can only be reached by boat at low tide, and that is cut off from the mainland for 6 hours of every 12. The mill has not ground grain in 30 years. The last baker who used it died in 1971, and no one has brought grain since. But the mill still works. The tide still fills the reservoir. The dam still holds the water. The sluice still functions. The wheel still turns when I open the gate. The old machinery doing what it was designed to do. The mechanism sound after centuries of use. Because the mechanism is simple, and the simple things last. I keep the mill working because the mill deserves to work. This is a sentence I have said to every person who has asked me why I maintain a mill that grinds no grain, and I have never been able to improve on it. The mill deserves to work. The wheel deserves to turn. The stones deserve to meet. The machinery that was built to do a thing should do the thing. And the doing is its own justification. And a man who lets a mill fall silent because the mill is no longer profitable is a man who does not understand what a mill is. But I'm not writing to you about the mill. I am writing to you about the journal. The journal is a ledger, similar in form to the ledger Theodore kept in the coroner's office. A large book with ruled columns, the columns headed with the categories of the tidal observations. Date, time of high water, height of high water, time of low water, height of low water, weather conditions, wind direction, barometric pressure. I began the journal when I took over the mill from my father at the age of 27, and I kept it continuously for 50 years. 4 observations per day, 2 high waters and 2 low waters, each one recorded with the precision my father taught me, which is the precision of a man who lives by the tide, and whose livelihood, and whose safety, and whose daily schedule depend on knowing exactly when the water will be where, and how high it will be when it gets there. 50 years of tidal records, approximately 73,000 observations. The journal fills 17 volumes, each one a year's worth of careful entries in my handwriting. which has changed over the 50 years in the way that handwriting changes. The young man's hand bolder and less consistent, the old man's hand smaller and steadier, the handwriting aging alongside the hand. 3 years ago, I stopped keeping the journal. My eyes, which had been weakening for some years, reached the point where reading the tide gauge required a magnification I found difficult to manage in the wind and the rain and the spray that are the usual conditions at the gauge, which is mounted on the seaward side of the dam where the exposure is total. I could no longer read the gauge reliably, and an unreliable reading is worse than no reading, because an unreliable reading pretends to be knowledge and is not, and the journal does not deserve pretended knowledge. I closed the journal.
The last volume, volume 17, was 3/4 full when I made the last entry. The remaining pages blank, the way pages are blank when the person who was filling them has stopped. The blank pages being a particular kind of silence, the silence of a voice that has been speaking for 50 years and has stopped. 1 year after I stopped, I opened volume 12. I do not remember why. Perhaps I was looking for a comparison, a historical tide, a date I wanted to check. I opened the volume to a page I had written 22 years earlier, and I read the entries, and they were wrong. Not wrong in the way that an error is wrong, a misread gauge or a transposed number. Wrong in the way that time makes things wrong. The entries were no longer accurate for the dates they represented, because the tides have changed in 22 years. The tidal patterns shifting slightly with the slow changes in the ocean and the coastline, and the gravitational relationships that produce the tides. The same changes that have been happening since the tides began, and that will continue after the tides end. If the tides end, which I do not believe they will. The entries in volume 12 had been corrected. The numbers I had written 22 years ago had been changed. Not crossed out and rewritten the way a clerk corrects an error. Changed. The ink was the same color, the same age of ink on the same age of paper, but the numbers were different. The high water time I had recorded for a date 22 years ago was not the time I had recorded. It was a different time. And the different time was the correct time for today's tide, on today's date. I checked it. I went to the gauge, squinting, holding the magnifier in one hand and bracing myself against the wind with the other, and I read today's high water time as carefully as my old eyes allowed. And it matched. The number in volume 12, the number that should have been 22 years old, was today's number. The journal had updated itself. I spent the following week going through the other volumes. I will not describe the process in detail because it was the process of an old man turning pages in a cold room. But I will tell you what I found. Every volume had been corrected. Every entry in 17 volumes of tidal records had been adjusted to reflect the current tidal patterns rather than the historical ones. The journal, which I had kept for 50 years as a record of what had happened, had become a record of what was happening. The past rewritten to match the present, the old numbers replaced with new numbers, the ink unchanged, the handwriting unchanged, the paper unchanged. Only the numbers changed, and the numbers changed to be accurate. The journal was keeping itself. I want to say something about tides, because tides are the foundation of Brendan's account, and the tides deserve to be understood on their own terms. A tide is the oldest clock in the world. Before sundials, before candles marked in hours, before any human mechanism for measuring the passage of time, the tide came in and the tide went out. Twice a day, every day. The rhythm produced by the gravitational relationship between the Earth and the Moon and the Sun. The three bodies pulling on each other across the distances of space. The pulling producing, on the surface of the Earth, the rise and fall of the water that we call the tide. The tide at Brendan's Island is a particular tide, shaped by the particular geography of the west coast of Ireland.
the particular depth of the water, the particular shape of the seabed, the particular contour of the coastline. All of these factors modifying the raw gravitational signal into the specific tidal pattern that Brendan has been recording for 50 years. The pattern being a version of the universal rhythm played through the particular instrument of this specific place. Brendan recorded this pattern.
4 observations a day, 2 high waters and 2 low waters for 50 years. 73,000 observations, each one a data point in the longest continuous tidal record kept by a single individual at a single location that I am aware of. The record is not just a record of the tide. The record is a record of the place, the particular instrument through which the universal rhythm plays, and the record captures, over 50 years, the slow changes in the instrument, the coastline eroding slightly, the seabed shifting slightly, the gravitational relationships changing slightly as the moon's orbit evolves, and the Earth's rotation slows. All of these changes producing, over 50 years, a gradual drift in the tidal pattern, the times shifting by seconds and then minutes, the heights shifting by centimeters, the record tracking the drift with the precision of a man who has been watching for 50 years. When the journal began to update itself, the updating was a continuation of the tracking, the drift being incorporated into the old records retroactively, the old observations adjusted to reflect the current state of the drift, as though the journal understood that a tidal record is not a historical document, but a living document. A record that should reflect not what the tide was, but what the tide is. The way a map should reflect not what the territory was, but what the territory is. The sea has a memory. Brendan's phrase. The sea remembers the journal, or the journal remembers the sea. The two of them have entered into a relationship that no longer requires the observer, the way a river no longer requires the rain that carved its channel, the channel persisting after the rain has stopped, carrying whatever water comes next, the shape of the channel being the river's memory of the rain. Brendan's journal is the channel. The 50 years of observation carved the channel, and the channel now carries the tide's information without the observer's hand, the ink changing in the old pages to match the new tides, the past adjusting to the present, the memory holding not what happened, but what is happening, which is the only kind of memory the sea knows. I tested it. For 3 months, I went to the gauge at the times the journal indicated, the times written in the corrected entries of volumes that were 5 and 10 and 20 and 30 years old, and the times were correct. The tide arrived when the journal said it would arrive, at the height the journal said it would reach, under the conditions the journal described. The journal was not a record of the past. The journal was a prediction of the present, updated continuously, the old pages serving as the medium for new information, the way a palimpsest serves as the medium for new text, the old text scraped away and the new one written over it. Except that in my journal, the old text was not scraped away. The old text was transformed, the numbers changing in place, the ink remaining the same age and the same color, the transformation invisible to anyone who did not know what the numbers had been before. I stopped going to the gauge. I did not need to go. The journal was accurate. I could open any volume to any date and read the tide for today, and the tide would be as the journal described. And the describing was perfect, the precision of 50 years of observation, maintained by whatever was maintaining it. The precision undiminished by the fact that the observer had stopped observing. The sea has a memory. This is what I know. The sea remembers the journal, or the journal remembers the sea, or the two of them have entered into a relationship that I, the keeper, am no longer a necessary part of. The way a marriage continues after the minister who performed it has gone home. The two parties bound to each other by something that does not require the officiant's continued presence. The sea. I want to give the sea its own moment, because the sea is Brendan's partner, and the partnership deserves to be fully acknowledged. The sea at Brendan's Island is the Atlantic, which is the second largest ocean in the world, and the Atlantic at the west coast of Ireland is the Atlantic at its most Atlantic, the water having crossed 3,000 miles of open ocean to reach this coast, gathering energy and height and the particular quality of weight that open ocean waves acquire when they have been traveling for thousands of miles without meeting any obstruction. The waves arriving at Ireland's coast with the accumulated force of a continent of water behind them. Brendan has been watching this sea for 77 years. He was born on the island, and he has never lived anywhere else, and the sea is not an environment to him. The sea is his environment, the way the air is an environment, something so constant and so pervasive that it is not experienced as a thing, but as a condition. The condition in which everything else happens. The tide is the sea's breathing. This is Brendan's phrase, from a conversation he reports having with his father when he was young enough that the conversation was formative. The father explaining the tide not in the scientific language of gravitational attraction and orbital mechanics, but in the language of the body, the language of breathing. The tide coming in being the inhalation, and the tide going out being the exhalation, and the mill turning on the exhalation, the wheel driven by the breath of the sea. Brendan kept the record of this breathing for 50 years. 73,000 observations of the inhalation and the exhalation, the rise and the fall, the high water and the low water, the times and the heights and the conditions. Each observation a measurement of one breath of a body of water that has been breathing for as long as the moon has been pulling on the earth, which is as long as there has been a moon, which is as long as there has been an earth. The breathing older than life, older than the rocks that the water breaks against, older than everything except the relationship between the bodies that produces the pulling, that produces the breathing. The journal keeps the record of the breathing now. The journal updates itself, the old numbers changing to match the new breathing. The record adjusting to the current state of a system that has been breathing for 4.5 billion years, and that is not going to stop because the keeper has stopped keeping. The sea breathes. The journal records the breath. The keeper rests. And the breathing continues, and the recording continues, and the mill on the island turns when the reservoir fills, and the gate opens, and the water that the moon pulled in flows back out through the sluice, and turns the wheel that turns the stones that ground the grain that fed the island for centuries, and that continues to turn even now, even without grain, even without purpose. Because the turning is the mill's way of breathing. And the breathing continues, and the continuation is enough. I opened the journal this morning, volume 1, the first page, the first entry I made at 27 years of age. The entry I remember writing because it was the first, and because the first of anything is memorable. The numbers have changed. The tide recorded on that page is today's tide. My handwriting, 50 years younger, bold and slightly uneven, recording a tide that happened this morning, accurately, as though the 27-year-old Brendan had looked at the gauge this morning and written what he saw. The 17 volumes. I want to describe what it means to have 17 volumes of tidal records on a shelf, because the volumes are the physical manifestation of 50 years of attention, and the physicality matters. Each volume is a year. Each year is approximately 4,300 observations. Each observation is a line in the ledger, the columns filled in Brendan's hand, the hand that has changed over 50 years, from the bold hand of a young man to the small, steady hand of an old man. The change being visible in the volumes, the early volumes with their larger numbers and their wider spacing, and the later volumes with their tighter numbers and their more economical use of the page.
The hand learning over decades to say the same thing in less space, the way all skills refine themselves toward economy over time.
The volumes sit on the shelf in chronological order, Volume 1 at the left and Volume 17 at the right, and the shelf is in the room beside the mill, the room that was the counting room when the mill was working. The room where the grain was weighed and the flour was measured and the transactions were recorded. The same room now holding a different kind of record. The record of the tide rather than the record of the commerce. The tide being the thing that powered the commerce, and that continues now that the commerce has ended. Brendan's discovery that the numbers in the old volumes had changed was made in this room, standing at this shelf, with the volume open in his hands. The familiar weight of the book and the familiar smell of the ink and the familiar quality of his own handwriting, meeting the unfamiliar fact that the numbers were not the numbers he had written. He checked volume after volume. Standing at the shelf, pulling each book down, opening it to random pages, comparing what was written to what he knew, and finding, in every volume, in every entry, the numbers had been updated. The tidal data adjusted to reflect the current tidal patterns rather than the historical ones. 17 volumes, 50 years of entries. Every number changed, the old data replaced with new data. The ink unchanged, the handwriting unchanged, the paper unchanged. Only the data changed. And the data changed to be correct for today, rather than for the day it was originally recorded. The sea has a memory. The journal has a memory. And the memory is not the past. The memory is the present. The memory says, this is the tide now, not this was the tide then. The memory updates itself, the way a living memory updates itself, the past being revised in the light of the present, the old facts being replaced by new facts, the record being not a history, but a current account, a running total, a live document that reflects the state of the thing it records at the moment of reading, rather than at the moment of writing. Brendan stopped going to the gauge. He opens the journal. The journal tells him the tide. The telling is accurate. The accuracy has been verified. And the mill turns, and the sea breathes, and the journal keeps the count, and the keeper rests. The sea keeps the count. The journal keeps the count. And I, who kept both for 50 years, can rest now, because the keeping is in good hands, or no hands, or the hands of the water itself, which has been keeping the count since before the journal, and before the mill, and before the island, and before the first Moriarty stood on the shore and watched the tide come in and thought, I should write this down. That is where Brendan's file ends. I want to describe the mill, because the mill is the anchor of Brendan's life on the island, and the mill deserves its own moment. A tidal mill is one of the oldest forms of mechanical energy conversion in the world. The principle is simple. The tide comes in and fills a reservoir behind a dam. The tide goes out, and the water in the reservoir, having nowhere to go but through the sluice, flows through the sluice and turns a wheel. And the wheel turns the millstones, and the millstones grind whatever is placed between them. The energy is free. The energy is renewable. The energy is as reliable as the tide, which is as reliable as the moon, which is as reliable as anything in the universe. Brendan's mill has been using this energy for longer than anyone knows. The stone dam is old enough that no record of its construction survives. The wheel has been replaced many times, the wood rotting and being renewed, the mechanism persisting through the renewals, the way a river persists through the replacement of its water. The millstones are original, or are believed to be original, the granite having outlasted everything else. The hard mineral surface still capable of grinding, though no grain has been placed between the stones in 30 years. Brendan maintains the mill because the mill deserves to work.
He cleans the sluice, he greases the axle, he checks the dam for erosion. He opens the gate when the reservoir is full and watches the wheel turn, the water doing what water does when it is given a channel and a wheel, flowing and turning. The energy of the moon's gravity converting itself through the medium of the ocean into the rotation of a wheel on an island off the west coast of Ireland. The mill is the mill, and the journal is the journal, and the two are connected by the thing they share, which is the tide. The mill uses the tide. The journal records the tide. Brendan is the keeper of both, the man who opens the gate and the man who writes the numbers, the man whose relationship to the tide is both practical and documentary, both using and recording, both participating in the tide and observing the tide. The two activities inseparable in the way that all the activities in tonight's files are inseparable. The tending and the recording, the keeping and the counting, the practice and the attention. When the journal began to keep itself, the journal was doing what the mill does, using the tide. The mill uses the tide to turn a wheel. The journal uses the tide to update its numbers. Both are mechanisms for converting the moon's gravity into something useful. The mill converting it into rotation, and the journal converting it into information. And the keeper, who maintained both mechanisms for 50 years, can now rest, because both mechanisms are running themselves. The mill turning when the tide fills the reservoir, and the journal updating when the tide arrives. The keeper having taught them both what they need to know, and the teaching having taken. The sea has a memory. The mill has a memory. The journal has a memory. And Brendan, who kept the memory for 50 years, has passed the keeping to the things he kept, and the things are keeping themselves. And the keeping is the keeping, regardless of whose hands do it. The journals are still on the island, in the room beside the mill. 17 volumes on a shelf that has held them for 50 years. I have not seen them. I have Brendan's letter and his word, and the particular quality of his account, which has the quality of a man who has been watching water for 50 years, and who knows the difference between what the water does and what the water seems to do, and who is telling me about the former. The next file came from the highest point in tonight's collection, from a place where the edge of the map is not a horizontal distance, but a vertical one, not far from other people, but above them. The monastery sitting at the top of a flat-topped mountain in Ethiopia, accessible only by a rope ladder that hangs down the cliff face. The world below visible in every direction, and the sky above closer than any sky I have walked under. The air thin and clear, and the light having a quality that the monk who sent this file describes as the light of the first day, which I take to mean the light that existed before anything was built to shadow it. His name is Father Mikhail. He is 83 years old, and he is the last monk at the monastery of Debre Libanos on the Ambo above the Rift Valley. And his file was dictated to a pilgrim who climbed the rope ladder to receive it, and who carried it down the cliff and across the valley and to a post office, and eventually to me. The chain of carrying is itself a pilgrimage. Father Mikhail begins. I am the last voice in this house, but I am not the last voice in these pages. I will read you his file now. I am the last voice in this house, but I am not the last voice in these pages. I have been alone at Debre Libanos for 15 years, since Brother Johannes departed for the monastery at Lake Tana, where his health could be better attended to. And since that departure, I have been the only person on this ambo, the only voice speaking the morning office, the only hand lighting the lamps, the only feet walking the stone corridors that have been walked by monks for 800 years. I should tell you about the ambo, because the ambo is the world I live in, and the world a man lives in determines what happens to him in it. An ambo is a flat-topped mountain, a piece of the highland that has been separated from the rest of the highland by erosion, the valleys deepening around it over millennia until the top is isolated, a table of stone in the air, accessible only from one face where the cliff is not quite vertical and where a ladder can be hung. The top of our ambo is approximately 200 meters across, roughly oval, covered in grass and low bushes, and the buildings of the monastery, which were built of the same stone the ambo is made of, so that the buildings and the mountain are the same color and the same substance. The monastery growing out of the rock the way a tree grows out of the ground. The library of Debre Libanos is the reason the monastery was built. The books came first, before the buildings, before the monks, before the ladder. The books were brought here for safekeeping, manuscripts in Ge'ez, the ancient liturgical language of Ethiopia, written on parchment, bound in wooden boards covered in leather, each one made by hand over the course of months or years, each one containing prayers and psalms and hymns, and the particular theological tradition of the Ethiopian Church, which is older than most of the traditions that call themselves old, and which holds, in its manuscripts, a literature that stretches back 17 centuries. The manuscripts are in the library, which is a room in the center of the monastery, stone-walled, stone-floored, the shelves cut into the walls themselves, niches in the rock where the books rest in the cool, dry air of the highland. The conditions ideal for preservation. The parchment holding its flexibility and its ink holding its darkness, century after century, in the unchanging climate of the ambo. I read from the manuscripts every morning. This is the office, the daily prayer, the practice that the monastery was built to house, and that I continue because the practice does not require a community. The practice requires only a voice. And I have a voice, and the manuscripts have their text, and the meeting of the voice and the text in the stone room at dawn is the thing that the 800 years were for. I noticed the new text in the third year of my solitude, which is to say, the third year of reading alone, the third year of being the only voice in the stone room. I was reading from a psalter, a collection of psalms that I have read from so many times that the pages open to my usual places by themselves, the binding remembering the angles I have opened it to, the book knowing my habits the way an old chair knows the body that sits in it. I was reading, and I turned a page, and the page had more text on it than I remembered. I must be precise about this. I have been reading these manuscripts for 40 years. The first 25 with the community, and the last 15 alone. I know the texts. I know which psalm follows which. I know where each page ends and where the next begins. I know the particular abbreviations the scribes used, and the particular way each scribe formed his letters, each manuscript being the work of a different hand, each hand having its own character, the way every hand that has written anything in this archive has its own character, the writing being as individual as the voice. The new text was at the bottom of a page that I knew ended 3 lines from the bottom, the last 3 lines being blank, the scribe having finished the psalm and left the remaining space empty rather than beginning the next psalm on the same page, a common practice in manuscripts of this type, the blank space being a kind of breathing room between texts, a visual pause that corresponds to the liturgical pause between psalms. The blank space was no longer blank. 3 lines of text, in ge'ez, in an ink that matched the original ink, on parchment that was the same parchment, in a hand that I did not recognize. The hand was not the hand of the original scribe. It was a different hand, smaller, more careful. The letters formed with a precision that suggested someone who was writing slowly, who was taking care with each letter, who wanted the text to be legible and to last. I read the 3 lines. They were a prayer, not a psalm, not a hymn from the tradition, not any text I recognized from the liturgical library. A prayer, simple and direct, addressed to God in the language of the manuscripts, asking for the continued safety of the house, and the continued health of the keeper, and the continued presence of the voice that reads in the morning. The prayer was for me.
The prayer was asking God to take care of the man who takes care of the manuscripts, the man who reads them every morning, the man whose voice is the last voice in the house. Someone had written a prayer for me in the manuscript, in the blank space at the bottom of a page I had been reading for 40 years, in ink that matched the 800-year-old ink, on parchment that was the same 800-year-old parchment, in a hand I did not know. I looked for more. Over the following weeks, I went through every manuscript in the library, every page of every book, and I found new text in 23 of them, always in the blank spaces, always at the bottom of a page where the original scribe had left room, always in the same careful hand, the same ink, the same parchment, always prayers. Some of the prayers were liturgical, prayers from the tradition that I recognized, but that had not been in these particular manuscripts before. Some were personal, prayers that referenced the specific conditions of my life on the Ambo, the solitude, the morning office, the lamps, the weather, the view from the edge of the cliff where I sometimes stand in the evening and look out over the Rift Valley. One prayer mentioned the falcon that nests on the east face of the Ambo, a bird I've been watching for years, and asked God to give the falcon good hunting and a safe nest. Another mentioned the spring that provides my water, and asked God to keep the spring flowing. The prayers were being written for me, and about the things I care about, by someone who knew the things I care about, and who wrote in a language that has not been spoken by living people for 6 centuries, and who wrote on parchment that was made before the Reformation, and who wrote in ink that was made from lampblack and gum Arabic, in a recipe that has not been used since the scribes left and the scriptorium closed. The manuscripts of Debre Libanos. I want to describe them because the manuscripts are the medium in which Father Mikel's voice is being recorded, and the medium matters. A manuscript in Ge'ez is not a printed book. It is a handmade object, each one unique, produced over months or years by a scribe who understood that the act of writing was itself a form of prayer. Each letter formed with the care that prayer requires, each page a devotional act. The writing and the praying inseparable, in the way that Beatrice's stitching and her practice were inseparable. The hand doing the work of the soul. The parchment is goatskin, prepared by soaking and scraping and stretching and drying, the process transforming the skin of an animal into a surface that will hold ink for centuries. The transformation being itself a kind of miracle, the perishable becoming the permanent. The skin that would have rotted in months, becoming the page that lasts 800 years. The ink is lamp black and gum Arabic, carbon and resin, the simplest and most durable combination in the history of writing. The carbon being one of the most stable elements, and the gum Arabic being one of the most effective binders. The two together producing an ink that does not fade because carbon does not fade, that holds its darkness against the centuries, the way the rock of the Ambo holds its shape against the weather. Father Mikel's new text appears in this ink, on this parchment, in the blank spaces at the bottom of pages that were written 800 years ago by scribes whose names are not recorded, but whose hands are legible in the particular formation of their letters, each scribe having a style, a way of making the curves and the angles and the serifs that distinguish Ge'ez script, each style as individual as a voice. The new text is not in any of the old scribes' hands. It is in a hand that Mikel does not recognize, a hand that is careful and precise, and that takes its time with each letter, a hand that is writing not for speed, but for permanence. The letters formed with the particular care that says, this text
should last. This text should be here when the next reader comes. This text should hold its darkness against the centuries, the way the original text holds its darkness. The new text records Mikhail's voice, his morning prayers, his concerns, his observations about the weather and the falcon and the spring. The manuscripts are listening to him and writing down what they hear, the blank spaces filling with the words he speaks, the speaking becoming text, the text becoming permanent, the permanence being the manuscript's gift to the voice, the gift of lasting, the gift that the scribes gave the Psalms 800 years ago, and that the manuscripts are now giving to the last voice in the house. I think about the circuit this creates.
Mikhail reads the manuscripts. The manuscripts record Mikhail. Mikhail reads what the manuscripts have recorded, which includes his own words from previous mornings, his own prayers returned to him in the careful hand that is not his hand, his voice becoming text, becoming voice again, the circuit running, the voice never quite stopping, never quite ending, because the text holds it and the reading releases it, and the releasing is itself recorded and held and will be released again when the next reader comes. The next reader. Mikhail says nobody is the last voice, because the last voice is taken down and becomes the next text, and the next reader reads it. He is right. The manuscripts will outlast him, as they have outlasted every voice that has spoken in that stone room for 800 years. And the new text, his text, will be there for the next voice, whenever the next voice arrives, climbing the rope ladder, entering the library, opening the manuscripts, finding in the blank spaces at the bottom of old pages the words of a man who was the last voice in the house, and whose lastness was not an ending, but a continuation, a link in the chain, a voice that was recorded so that the recording could be read, so that the reading could be a voice, so that the voice could continue. I continued reading the morning office. I read the original texts and I read the new texts, and I did not distinguish between them. Because the manuscripts did not distinguish between them, the new text sitting in the old blank spaces as though it had always been there, as though the blank spaces had been waiting for it, the way a conversation has silences that are waiting for the next voice to fill them. I want to describe the ambo at dawn, because dawn is when the office is read, and dawn on the ambo is a specific thing that Father Mikhail does not describe fully because he has been seeing it for 40 years, and the seeing has become so familiar that it is no longer remarkable to him, the way the most important things in any life become unremarkable through repetition. The repetition not diminishing them, but absorbing them into the body's repertoire of the ordinary. Dawn on the ambo is above the cloud. The rift valley below fills with cloud before dawn, the moisture rising from the valley floor and condensing at the altitude of the valley rim, and the cloud fills the valley the way water fills a basin. Slowly, from the bottom, the cloud level rising through the pre-dawn hours until the valley is full and the ambo stands above it, an island of stone in a sea of cloud, the monastery on the island, the monk in the monastery, the manuscript on the reading desk, and the sky, which at this altitude and in this clarity is the sky of the first day, the light arriving not from the horizon but from everywhere, the thin air scattering less of the light than the thick air of the valley, the sky going from dark to blue to gold in a progression that is faster here than it is at sea level, the dawn compressed, the transition from night to day happening in minutes rather than the long, slow progression that people in the lowlands experience. Mikhail reads the morning office in this light. The manuscript on the desk, the psalms and the hymns and the prayers, the old text and the new text, the 800-year-old ink and the new ink that matches it. All of this in the light of a dawn that arrives above the cloud, the light coming through the stone window of the library,
and falling on the parchment and illuminating the letters, the old letters and the new letters, the letters of the scribes who are centuries dead, and the letters of the careful hand that writes in the blank spaces, all of them illuminated equally by the same light, the light not distinguishing between the old and the new, because the light is older than both. Mikhail's voice enters this light. The morning office, spoken aloud, the words rising from the manuscript through the voice, through the air, through the stone room, into the light that is coming through the window. The words and the light meeting, and the meeting being the office, the practice, the thing the monastery was built for. The voice and the light and the text and the stone and the sky, all of it together, all of it, every morning for 40 years. And the manuscripts recording it, the blank spaces filling, the voice becoming text, the text holding the voice and the text and the light and the stone, all held together in the particular arrangement that 800 years of practice have produced, the arrangement that is the monastery, the arrangement that continues even when the monastery has only one voice. Because one voice is enough. One voice reading one text in one light, in one stone room, at dawn on a mountain above the cloud. The manuscripts grow. The new text accumulates. Mikhail's voice is being added to the 800 years of voices that the manuscripts hold. His words joining the words of the scribes and the psalms and the hymns. His particular concerns about the falcon and the spring and the weather, joining the universal concerns of the psalms, the specific and the universal meeting in the same manuscript, on the same parchment, in the same ink. The specific being as worthy of permanence as the universal, the falcon as worthy of prayer as the firmament. This is what the manuscripts teach by their growing, that everything is worthy of the record, that the last voice is as important as the first, that the falcon nesting on the east face of the ambo is as fit a subject for the permanent text as the creation of the world, that the keeper's concerns are the concerns that the manuscript wants to hold, because the keeper is here, and the being here is what the manuscript records, and the recording is the keeping, and the keeping continues. Over 15 years the manuscripts have grown, not dramatically, not by volumes, by lines, by the slow accumulation of prayers in the blank spaces, written in the careful hand, the hand that takes care with each letter, the hand that wants the text to last. My morning office is longer now than it was 15 years ago, because there are more prayers to read, and the prayers are specific, and the specificity is the gift. I want to describe what it means for a voice to become text, because Father Mikhail describes this as the central fact of his account, and the centrality deserves to be felt rather than merely understood. A voice is temporary. A voice exists for the duration of the speaking, and then it is gone. The sound waves dissipating in the air, the energy converting to heat, the words surviving only in the memory of whoever heard them. And memory, as everyone knows, is imperfect, degrades, forgets. The words changing each time they are remembered, until what remains is not the words, but a feeling about the words, a residue of the meaning, rather than the meaning itself. Text is permanent. Text, written on parchment with lamp-black ink, survives centuries. The words do not change. The words do not degrade. The words sit on the page in the condition they were written in. The ink as dark after 800 years as it was the day the scribe set it down. The parchment as smooth. The letters as legible. Text is the technology of permanence, the human invention that defeats the temporariness of the voice, the invention that says, "This was said," and the saying is held, and the holding is available to anyone who comes next and knows how to read. Mikhail's voice is becoming text. His morning prayers, spoken into the stone room at dawn, the words passing through the air and arriving at the stone walls and echoing briefly, and then dissipating. The ordinary fate of a voice in a room. These words are being caught. Caught by whatever writes in the blank spaces at the bottom of the old pages. Caught in the careful hand that Mikhail does not recognize. Caught in ink that matches the 800-year-old ink. Caught on parchment that is the same parchment. The voice becoming text. The temporary becoming permanent. The dissipating becoming held. The technology of permanence is being applied to Mikhail's voice by something that is not Mikhail.
The scribe, whoever or whatever the scribe is listening to Mikhail's morning office and writing down what Mikhail says, the way the original scribes listened to the Psalms and wrote them down. The transcription being the bridge between the voice and the page, the bridge that the voice crosses to become text, the bridge that the text crosses to become voice again when the next reader reads it aloud. Mikhail is crossing the bridge. His voice, spoken into the stone room at dawn, is crossing from the temporary to the permanent, from the air to the page, from the dissipating to the held. And the crossing is being done for him by something that cares enough about the voice to hold it, to write it down, to give it the permanence that the voice alone cannot achieve. Nobody is the last voice. This is what Mikhail says at the end of his account, and this is what the manuscripts confirm. The last voice is taken down. The last voice becomes text. The text becomes the next voice when the next reader reads it. And the chain continues, voice to text to voice to text. The bridge carrying the traffic in both directions, the temporary and the permanent in constant exchange. The voice dying and the text holding, and the text being read and the voice being born again. And the being born again is the point, and the point has been reached, and the reaching is the manuscripts. And the manuscripts are on the shelves of a library on top of a flat-topped mountain in Ethiopia, and the library holds them, and the mountain holds the library, and the sky holds the mountain, and the holding goes all the way up. I said at the start that I'm the last voice in this house. This is true in the sense that I'm the last living voice, the last voice that breathes and speaks and makes the sound that the stone walls echo. But the manuscripts have their own voice now. The manuscripts speak through me, the new prayers joining the old in the morning reading. My voice carrying the words that the careful hand has written, the words reaching the stone walls and the stone ceiling and the thin, clear air above the ambo. The words going out into the light of the first day, which is the light that has been here since before the monastery, and that will be here after the monastery, and after me. I thought I was reading the manuscripts. The manuscripts were recording me. My morning office, my voice, my prayers, my concerns, the falcon and the spring and the weather and the view, all of it being taken down, transcribed by whatever hand writes in the blank spaces in the night, the hand that listens to my voice and writes what it hears, the way a scribe listens to a speaker and writes what the speaker says, the transcription being the keeping being the purpose being that the voice should not be lost, that the last voice in the house should be held somewhere more permanent than the air. I am in the manuscripts now. My voice is in the manuscripts. Whatever I have said in the morning office for 15 years has been taken down and added to the text that has been accumulating for 800 years. And my voice is part of that text now. And the text will outlast my voice. And the outlasting is the point. And the point is this: nobody is the last voice. The last voice is taken down and becomes the next text, and the next reader reads it, and the reading is the voice, and the voice continues. The rope ladder. I want to describe the rope ladder because the rope ladder is the only connection between the ambo and the world below, and the onlyness matters.
The ladder hangs from the rim of the ambo, down the cliff face, approximately 30 meters of rope and wooden rungs, the rope being replaced every few years by the parishioners from the valley below, who make the pilgrimage to the monastery on feast days, the replacement being itself a form of maintenance and of connection. The valley people maintaining the link to the monastery the way you maintain a bridge, because the bridge is how you get there, and because the getting there is important enough to justify the maintenance. Mikhail climbs this ladder every time he needs something from the valley. This is not often.
His needs are simple. Food that the ambo does not provide, medical supplies, lamp oil, the particular items that a man alone on a mountain cannot produce for himself. The parishioners bring some of these on their pilgrimages. The rest Mikhail fetches himself, climbing down the ladder and walking to the nearest village and carrying what he needs on his back up the path and up the ladder. The entire expedition taking 2 days, 1 day down and 1 day up. The climbing being the hardest part, the ladder swaying in the wind, the wooden rungs creaking under his weight, the cliff face very close, the valley very far below. He is 83. He climbs the ladder. The climbing is part of the keeping, the physical cost of maintaining the monastery, the body's contribution to the practice, the particular form of devotion that consists of carrying lamp oil up a cliff on your back, because the lamps need oil, and the lamps need to be lit, and the lighting is the practice, and the practice does not exempt you from the physical requirements of the practice just because you are 83. The ladder is the connection. The ladder is how the file reached me. The pilgrim who took Mikhail's dictation climbed the ladder to receive it, and climbed the ladder to bring it down, the words traveling down the cliff face in the pilgrim's pocket, the pocket holding the words the way the manuscripts hold the words, temporarily, until the words reach the next holder, the next link in the chain, the next person who will carry them further from the ambo and closer to wherever they are going. The chain of carrying that brought Mikhail's file to me. Mikhail to the pilgrim to the village to the post office to a series of trucks and planes and sorting facilities, the sorting facilities to the archive to the lamp to the voice to the air to whoever is listening. Each link a carrying, each carrying a keeping. The file held briefly by each carrier and then passed along, the words traveling from the top of a mountain in Ethiopia to wherever you are lying tonight. The distance covered not by the words themselves, but by the chain of people who held them and passed them along, each person choosing to carry rather than to discard, each person choosing the keeping over the not keeping. The rope ladder is the first link in the chain. Everything else follows from the climbing. That is where Father Mikhail's file ends. The lamp is very low now. The oil is nearly gone. The night is at its deepest point, the point from which it will begin in an hour or two to change, to lighten, to remember what light is. One more file, the last one, the gentlest, the one I have been saving for this hour, as I always do, the hour when the listener is heaviest and the voice should be softest, and the story should be the kind that settles over you like a blanket, rather than the kind that makes you think. It came from the furthest south of any file in tonight's collection, from Patagonia, from the last house on the last road, the road that runs south from the last town, and then runs out of town, and then runs out of pavement, and then runs out of itself. And at the end of it, at the place where the road gives up and the step begins, there is a house, and in the house there is a woman, and around the house there is a garden. Her name is Ines Larea. She is 85 years old. She was a school teacher before she retired, and she has lived at the end of the road for 40 years, and the garden she tends should not exist.
because nothing she has planted in it should grow at this latitude and this exposure and in this wind, and everything she has planted in it grows. Her letter begins, "The wind here has a name. Its name is the same as the word for loneliness, which is the only joke the wind makes, and it makes it every day." I will read you her file now. "The wind here has a name. Its name is the same as the word for loneliness, which is the only joke the wind makes, and it makes it every day. But I do not think the wind is lonely. I think the wind is busy." The wind has a great deal of step to cross, and it crosses it with the dedication of something that has a job to do and intends to do it well. And the job is blowing. And the blowing is what the step requires. The wind and the grass having arrived at an arrangement a very long time ago, in which the wind provides the movement and the grass provides the flexibility. And between them, they produce the thing that the step is, which is a sea of grass that moves like water. The waves of it running from the mountains to the coast in long, slow undulations that take hours to cross the visible distance. My name is Ines Larrea. I am 85 years old. I was a teacher of small children for 30 years in a town I will not name, because the town is the town, and I am the garden. And the garden is what matters. I came to the end of the road 40 years ago with my husband, who died 11 years later, and who planted the first roses the year we arrived, saying, in his particular way, which was the way of a man who stated impossibilities as facts and then made them true, "These will grow here." They should not have grown. The latitude is wrong, the soil is thin, the wind is constant and strong enough, on the bad days, to take the door off its hinges if the door is not latched. Roses in this wind are an act of faith. And faith, my husband said, is the belief that the world will cooperate if you give it a good enough reason. And the reason he gave the world was the roses themselves, which were beautiful. And beauty, he believed, was a reason the world had never refused. The roses grew. They should not have grown, and they grew. And the growing was the beginning of everything, because the growing taught me that the impossibility was not in the climate or the soil or the wind. The impossibility was in the assumption that a place too harsh for roses was too harsh for roses. The assumption that what does not usually happen cannot happen. The assumption that the edge of the map is the edge of the possible. After the roses, I planted jasmine, then lavender, then a bed of herbs that included basil and thyme and oregano, which are Mediterranean plants, plants of the warm coast, plants that do not grow in Patagonia, except that they grew in my garden, in the thin soil at the end of the road, in the wind that has a name that is the same as the word for loneliness. I will tell you what I think happens with the wind, and I will tell you plainly, because I'm 85 and I have no time for the indirect. The wind goes around my garden. The wind which crosses the steppe without deviation, which bends the trees along the road into permanent leans, which has been known to overturn trucks on the highway and to strip the paint from the north side of buildings, and to produce, in the bad months, a sound that is not a howl exactly, but a statement. The wind's way of announcing that it is here and it is working. The wind goes around my garden. I noticed this in the third year, the year after my husband died, the year I was alone in the house at the end of the road, with the roses and the jasmine and the grief and the wind. I was standing at the kitchen window, watching the grass beyond my fence bending flat in a gust that I estimated at 70 or 80 kilometers per hour, the kind of gust that would strip the petals off a rose in seconds, and that would certainly snap the jasmine, which is a delicate plant, a tender plant, a plant that has no business being in Patagonia at all. I was watching the gust, and I was waiting for the damage, and the gust reached my fence, and the gust went around, not over, not through, around. The grass on either side of my garden bending flat, and the grass inside my garden standing still. The roses motionless, The jasmine unmoved, the lavender calm. The garden sitting in a pocket of stillness while the wind roared past on both sides, the way a river goes around a rock, the water dividing and reuniting on the far side, the rock untouched in the middle. This has continued for 37 years. The wind goes around my garden. The frost, which kills everything on the steppe in May and does not relent until September, does not enter my garden. The roses bloom from October to April, which is the season no rose in Patagonia has any right to. The jasmine flowers in December. The lavender is perennial, returning every spring with a vigor that the Agricultural Extension Office, when I once called them about a different matter and mentioned the lavender in passing, said was not possible at this latitude. I talk to the wind. I have been talking to the wind since the 3rd year, since the year the wind went around my garden for the first time. And the talking is not a monologue. The talking is a conversation. The way all the tellings in tonight's files have been conversations, voices speaking to the things that surround them and the things responding in their own way. I say good morning to the wind. I say, please be careful with the roses today. I say, the jasmine is setting buds. If you could go easy on the southeast corner, I would be grateful. I say these things in Spanish, standing at my fence, looking out at the steppe where the wind is doing what the wind does, crossing the grass in its long undulations. And the wind hears me, or the wind has always been hearing me. Or the wind heard my husband when he said, "These will grow here." And the hearing set a precedent that the wind has been observing ever since. The precedent being, this garden is under the protection of whoever plants roses in the wind and believes the wind will cooperate. The garden has grown over the 40 years, from the first roses to a garden that covers, at this writing, approximately a quarter of an acre, which is not large by the standards of a sheltered garden in a temperate climate, but which is, by the standards of Patagonia, by the standards of a place where the Extension Office says lavender cannot grow, impossible. A quarter of an acre of impossible. Roses and jasmine and lavender and herbs, and in the last decade, fruit trees, an apple and a pear and a quince, each one planted with the same faith my husband planted the first roses with, the faith that the world will cooperate if you give it a good enough reason. The quince bore fruit last year. I stood at the tree and I picked the fruit, and the fruit was warm in my hand, warm the way fruit is warm when it has been in the sun. And the sun in Patagonia is a different sun than the sun in the places where quinces usually grow. A harder sun, a sun that the wind keeps cold, the wind taking the warmth of the sun before the warmth reaches the ground. And yet the quince was warm, and the warmth was not the sun's warmth, it was the warmth of the garden itself, the particular microclimate that my garden has become, the pocket of mildness in the middle of the wind, the place where the impossible grows because someone asked the wind to go around, and the wind said yes. The quince. The newest tree. The most recent impossibility. I want to stay with the quince, because the quince is the evidence that the agreement between Inez and the wind is not static, not a fixed arrangement that was made 40 years ago and that continues by inertia. The agreement is alive. The agreement grows. The agreement extends to new things, new plants, new impossibilities. The agreement widening the way Zoya's clearing widens, making room for the next thing, the next planting, the next act of faith. A quince tree should not grow in Patagonia. The quince is a tree of the temperate Mediterranean, a tree that needs warmth and shelter, and the particular quality of still air that allows the blossoms to be pollinated and the fruit to set, and the fruit to ripen over the long, warm summer that the Mediterranean provides. Patagonia does not provide this. Patagonia provides wind and cold and the particular quality of exposure that strips the paint off buildings and bends the trees into permanent leans
and makes the growing of anything more delicate than grass an act of either foolishness or faith. Inez planted the quince 10 years ago. She planted it the way she plants everything, with the faith her husband taught her. The faith that the world will cooperate if you give it a good enough reason. The faith that beauty is a reason the world has never refused. She planted it, and she told the wind about it, standing at her fence in the morning, saying, "There is a quince now, in the southeast corner. It is young, and it needs your patience. Please go easy on it." The wind went easy on it. The quince grew. The quince set blossoms in its 3rd year, the white blossoms opening in the still air of the garden, the still air that the wind provides by going around. The blossoms lasting long enough to be pollinated by the bees that arrived when the jasmine arrived. The bees that come from wherever bees come from when there is something worth coming for. The quince bore fruit last year. Inez stood at the tree and picked the fruit, and the fruit was warm in her hand. Warm with the particular warmth of the garden, the warmth that is not the sun's warmth because the wind takes the sun's warmth. The warmth that is the garden's own warmth, the microclimate's warmth, the warmth of a place that the wind has agreed to go around for 40 years. A quince in Patagonia, warm to the touch, bearing fruit at a latitude where the Extension Office says it cannot fruit. The impossibility is so specific, so precisely wrong by every agricultural standard, that the specificity becomes its own kind of proof. The proof being not that the rules are wrong, but that the rules do not apply here. That here is a place where different rules obtain. Rules that were established 40 years ago, when a man planted roses in the wind and believed the wind would cooperate. And the wind did. And the cooperation has extended, year by year, planting by planting, to encompass everything Inez has put in the ground. The roses, and the jasmine, and the lavender, and the herbs, and the apple, and the pear, and now the quince. Each one an impossibility. Each one growing. Each one bearing. The agreement widening to include whatever the gardener plants next. The garden does not know it is impossible. The garden thinks it is normal. The garden thinks that growing and flowering and bearing in the wind in Patagonia is what gardens do, because this garden has never done anything else. Because this garden has never known a wind that did not go around. Never known a wind that did not go around. Because this garden has been inside the agreement since its first rose. And the agreement is the only reality the garden knows. The center holds. The quince bears. The wind goes around. And the gardener, 85 years old, stands at her fence in the morning and says good morning to the wind, and asks it to be careful with the new planting, whatever the new planting is. And the wind, which has been saying yes for 40 years, says yes again. The map ends at my fence. Beyond the fence is the steppe, and the steppe goes to the mountains, and the mountains go to the ice, and the ice goes to the end. My garden is on the edge of the map, the last garden before the edge, and the garden does not know it is on the edge. The garden thinks it is in the center. The garden thinks it is the center, the place where the roses are, the place where the jasmine flowers, the place where the wind is gentle and the frost does not come, and the quince bears fruit, and the bees, yes, there are bees. There have been bees since the jasmine, the bees arriving from wherever bees come from when there is something worth arriving for. The bees and the flowers and the fruit and the woman at the fence saying good morning to the wind. The map ends at my fence. The garden does not. I want to say more about the wind, because the wind is Inez's interlocutor, the thing she speaks to every morning, the thing that goes around her garden. And the wind deserves to be understood as Inez understands it, not as a meteorological phenomenon, but as a presence. The Patagonian wind is not like other winds.
Other winds are events, things that happen and then stop. Gusts and breezes and storms that come and go and leave the air still between them. The Patagonian wind is a condition. It does not start and it does not stop. It is there when you wake, and it is there when you sleep, and it is there in the night while you are sleeping. The sound of it a constant. The way the sound of the sea is a constant on an island. The wind and the steppe having the same relationship as the sea and the shore. The one moving endlessly across the other. The movement being the definition of both. Ines has been in this wind for 40 years. The wind has shaped her house, the north side of the building scoured of paint, the window panes on the north side etched by decades of wind-carried grit, the glass hazy and textured, the view through the north windows permanently soft-focused, the wind having imposed its own aesthetic on the architecture of the house. The wind has shaped the trees along the road, the poplars leaning south, their branches streaming in one direction, like hair in a gale. Each tree a record of the prevailing wind, a permanent gesture of submission to the dominant force of the landscape. But the wind does not shape Inez's garden. The wind goes around Inez's garden. The roses stand upright. The jasmine climbs its trellis without the lean that every other climbing plant in Patagonia develops. The lavender grows in the symmetrical mounds that lavender grows in when there is no wind, the shape determined by the plant rather than by the force acting on the plant. And Inez's lavender is shaped by the plant, because the force does not act on it, because the wind goes around. Inez says good morning to the wind. She says, please be careful with the roses. She says the jasmine is setting buds. She says these things in Spanish, standing at her fence, looking out at the steppe where the wind is visible in the grass, the waves of it running from the mountains to the coast, and the wind hears her, or the wind responds to something about her, or the wind and the garden have reached an agreement that Inez's voice maintains, the way any agreement is maintained by the continued attention of the parties to it. The agreement is 40 years old, 40 years of the wind going around, 40 years of roses blooming and jasmine flowering and lavender mounding and quince bearing and bees arriving and the garden growing from the first roses to a quarter-acre of impossible in the most hostile growing environment in the temperate world. The agreement has held through storms that overturned trucks on the highway. The agreement has held through winters that killed every unprotected plant for 100 kilometers. The agreement has held because Ines has held it, because Ines stands at her fence every morning and speaks to the wind. And the speaking is the holding, and the holding is the garden. The garden does not know it is on the edge of the map. The garden thinks it is in the center. I keep returning to this sentence of Inez's because it is the truest sentence in tonight's collection, and because it applies to every file I have read tonight, to every person at every edge of every map. The center is not a geographical location. The center is wherever someone tends something with enough attention and enough faithfulness and enough patience that the something becomes the center of the world, the place around which everything else arranges itself, the place that the wind goes around. Sonia's library was the center. Callum's rock was the center. Amara's map was the center. Vassal's flock was the center. Zoya's clearing was the center. Brendan's journal was the center. Mikael's manuscripts were the center. Inez's garden is the center. The edge of the map is the center if someone is there, tending, attending, speaking to the wind, keeping the count, maintaining the thing that deserves to be maintained. The center holds. The wind goes around. The garden grows. The postman comes once a month. He drives the road from town, the road that runs out of pavement and then runs out of itself, and he brings me letters and seeds and the occasional package, and he takes back what I give him, which is usually a bouquet of whatever is blooming, wrapped in newspaper, for his wife, and once, this time, this letter, for whoever keeps the files. The garden does not know it is on the edge of the map. The garden thinks it is in the center. And maybe it is right. Maybe the center is wherever someone plants roses in the wind, and the wind agrees to go around, and the agreement is the center, and the center holds, and the holding is the garden, and the garden is enough.
The garden through the seasons. I want to describe this because the garden is Inez's masterwork, and the masterwork deserves to be seen in its fullness. October, which is spring in the southern hemisphere. The roses wake first, the new growth pushing out from the old wood, the leaves unfolding in the way that rose leaves unfold, slowly, cautiously, each leaf testing the air before it commits to the opening. The garden in October has the quality of an orchestra tuning, each plant making its preliminary sounds, each one getting ready for the season's performance. Inez walks the garden every morning in October with the particular attention of a conductor, checking each section before the downbeat. December, which is high summer. The jasmine flowers, the small white blooms opening in the evening and filling the garden with a scent that has no business being in Patagonia. The scent of the Mediterranean, of warm stone walls and citrus groves, and the particular quality of air that the Mediterranean sun produces. Warm and dry, and carrying in it the molecular evidence of the plants it has been warming. Inez's jasmine produces this scent in a place where the air should be cold and dry, and carrying nothing but the molecular evidence of grass and wind. The jasmine does not know it is in Patagonia. The jasmine thinks it is in the Mediterranean. And maybe, in the microclimate of Inez's garden, in the pocket of stillness that the wind creates by going around, the jasmine is right. March, which is autumn. The quince ripens. The fruit heavy on the branches, golden, warm to the touch, with the particular warmth that fruit acquires when it has been in the sun, and that Inez's fruit acquires despite the wind that should be taking the warmth away. The quince is the newest addition to the garden, planted only 10 years ago, and the quince bearing fruit is the most recent evidence that the agreement between Inez and the wind is still in effect. The wind going around, the frost staying out, the garden continuing to be the impossible thing it has been for 40 years. June, which is winter. The garden sleeps, or appears to sleep. The roses are dormant, the jasmine is quiet. The lavender holds its shape, but does not grow. The garden in winter has the quality of a held breath, the plants conserving their energy, waiting for the light to return, trusting that the agreement will hold through the cold months, as it has held through the cold months for 40 years. And the agreement holds. The frost does not enter the garden. The wind goes around. The garden sleeps inside its pocket of protection, and the protection is the wind's gift. And the gift is renewed every morning when Inez stands at the fence and says good morning, and asks the wind to be careful with the roses. 40 years of seasons, 160 springs and summers and autumns and winters, each one held inside the agreement, each one producing the impossible. The roses and the jasmine and the lavender and the herbs and the fruit trees, growing where they should not grow, flowering where they should not flower, bearing where they should not bear. The impossibility is so old now that it has become the norm of Inez's garden, the norm of the pocket, the norm of the center. The center holds. The wind goes around. The garden does not know it is on the edge of the map. The garden thinks it is in the center, and the garden is right. I want to close with something about the road, because the road is how the file reaches me, and the road is how the file reaches you. The road that leads to Inez's house runs south from the town. It begins as pavement, a 2-lane road with painted lines and road signs, and the infrastructure that roads have when they are maintained by a government that considers them important. As the road goes south, the infrastructure thins. The lines fade. The signs become less frequent.
The pavement develops cracks and then holes, and then sections where the pavement has given way to gravel, the road reverting to what it was before the pavement, which is dirt and stone, the basic materials that all roads are made of before the government arrives with its asphalt and its ambitions. And then the road ends. Not at a barrier, not at a sign that says "road ends." The road simply stops being a road. The gravel thins to dirt, and the dirt thins to grass, and the grass is the steppe, and the steppe is the world beyond the road, the world that the road was trying to reach, and that the road at some point decided it could not reach, and gave up. Inez's house is at the point where the road gives up, the last house on the last road, the house that the road reaches with its last effort, the pavement and the gravel and the dirt all behind it, the road arriving at Inez's gate with nothing left, the road having spent itself getting here, and the house being the last thing the road touches before the road becomes the steppe. The postman drives this road once a month. He drives from the town, which is 40 kilometers away, and he brings letters and seeds and the occasional package, and he drives the full length of the road, pavement to gravel to dirt to the gate. The road deteriorating under his wheels, the infrastructure thinning around him, the world becoming more and more itself the further from the town he gets. Less human, less modified, less arranged, until he arrives at the gate, and the gate opens onto the garden, and the garden is the most arranged thing for 100 kilometers, the most human, the most deliberately maintained, the most impossible. The postman carries Inez's letters. He carries this letter, the one I am reading to you now, carried from the gate to the town, to the post, to the archive, to the lamp, to the voice, to the air, to your ear. The chain of carrying is the chain of keeping, each carrier holding the letter briefly and passing it along. And the passing is the keeping, and the keeping is what letters are for. Inez's letter says, "The garden does not know it is on the edge of the map. The garden thinks it is in the center. The letter has traveled from the edge to the center, from the end of the road to the archive, from the place where the map gives up to the place where the archive holds what the map cannot hold. And the holding is the reading, and the reading is the voice, and the voice is speaking to you now, and you are listening, and the listening is the last link in the chain, and the chain is complete, and the garden, wherever it is, in whatever wind, is growing." That is the last file for tonight. I close Inez's folder and I set it with the others, and the archive is quiet, and the lamp is very low, and the night is moving toward the place where it will begin to change, where the first grey will appear in the east, and the stars will begin to fade, and the world will start to remember what it looks like in the light. 8 files tonight. 8 voices from the edge of the map. An ice librarian in Antarctica whose books rearranged themselves to describe the aurora. A foghorn keeper whose horn predicted the weather. A navigator's widow who saw an island that exists one night a year. A shepherd whose radio played the sounds of mountains that had not yet happened. A meteorologist whose forest grew around her. A tidekeeper whose journal writes itself. A monk whose manuscripts record his voice. A gardener whose wind goes around the roses. Each of them at the edge. Each of them alone. Each of them attending to the thing they were given to attend to. The books, and the horn, and the map, and the radio, and the forest, and the tide, and the manuscripts, and the garden. And each of them finding, in the attention, something that the center does not offer. Something that exists only at the edge, where the map runs out and the unnamed things begin. The archive stays open until morning. Sleep well. Until tomorrow.